Chapter 6:29. Hearing Paisiun's words, Kratos was infuriated for some reason and said, "Nonsense. Since Ares rebelled, he must be killed even if he was his son." Paisiun smiled, thinking that Kratos was worthy of being the one who killed the Greek gods, but he didn't agree with Kratos's words. In the whole of Greek mythology there was no killing of gods. Gaia failed many times in his rebellions, so according to this logic, he should have been killed. Paisiun smiled at Kratos. "Kratos, is this the logic of Easterners or mortals? You're a god, but you keep the logic of mortals. It's incredible. You have to understand that every god is a part of the world. Killing them destroys a part of the world. Not every god is like Hercules with no specific duties. Besides, if you can kill and get a godly position, which god can sleep peacefully? Just like you, Kratos, when you killed Ares and got the godly position of the god of war, the only way for you to solve problems in the future is to kill, and cause the destruction of the entire god system." While Paisiun was still talking, Kratos was already furious. He felt that these words seemed to destroy his foundation and completely negate the meaning of his existence. Great hatred surged in his heart, even more hateful than Ares, who caused him to kill his wife and daughter. He immediately charged at Kratos with his twin sabers. Looking at Kratos charging at him, Paisiun smiled lightly and said, "Fine, I've talked so much with you, and I've bought some time." With that, Paisiun raised his hand. "Come." Kratos immediately realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Boom! After Paisiun yelled, his vision went black. When he saw light again, he found himself on the ground above a void. The void was surrounded by darkness, and there was only a small piece of land and two godly palaces floating quietly in the darkness. One of the two temples was unfamiliar, but the other was very familiar. It was obviously a Greek-style temple, but it hadn't been roofed yet. But the corresponding structure of the temple was very complete, and the only thing missing was the roof of the temple. Those with sharp eyes could even see many statues. "Kratos, although your original destiny line has no foundation and is of a low level, you're the main character." At this moment, Paisiun appeared in front of Kratos in the robe of a Taoist lord. With his hands behind his back, he said calmly, "If I want to kill you, you'll definitely counterattack. I can only use this opportunity to talk to you to invite you here. Fortunately, I learned a lot during the journey of fate last time. Plus, this world is illusory and rough, so I was able to bring you here and cut off your connection with the world. In this world, you are no longer the main character. All magical abilities and spells are useless against you, only battle skills." Paisiun's expression was calm. Kratos appearing in the space was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, which was why he was so calm. When Kratos saw Paisiun appear in front of him, his pupils constricted slightly, and his expression was solemn. "Are you a god of a pagan nation?" Kratos sensed that his opponent's power was obviously an alien power that was growing endlessly and was about to surpass him in the blink of an eye. Paisiun smiled. "Sort of. You see, this is my territory. The last time someone died here, it was Typhon." When Kratos heard Paisiun say that Typhon died here, his heart turned cold, but he calmed down in the blink of an eye. He had been fighting all his life and encountered countless strong enemies, all of whom died in his hands. How could he panic? Kratos saw that Paisiun's power was still rising and knew that he couldn't delay any longer. With a roar, he charged at Paisiun with a flash of his saber. The saber technique is extremely brutal, concise, and almost perfect. What a pity. Paisiun shook his head. With a flash, he appeared behind Kratos and hit his wrist with his palm. With a snap, the long saber flew out, followed by an elbow. Bam! Kratos was knocked out by the force of this elbow. He got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Teleportation?" Kratos asked in confusion. He wanted to find his saber, but found it disappeared in an instant. He tried to summon it, But the saber buzzed and was in the temple. Not bad. Teleportation. You can die without regrets. Pei Zi-yun chuckled. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't bring my weapons and armor in, it would be easier to kill you. But I didn't bring any weapons, so you are not allowed to use them. When he fought with Typhon here, he faced the attacks of more than 100 snake heads. It took him a long time to find an opening. In the end, he had to use his trump card, King Lu's sword, to kill Typhon. But now was different from the past. His power was stronger than before, so he didn't need to use King Lu's sword. Besides, he had used King Lu's sword once and suffered a great loss. At most, he could use it twice. Kratos didn't say a word and rushed to the temple. Boom. The temple shook slightly, but he couldn't break in. This is the temple of the Taoist of the Great Su dynasty. It was formed by killing countless demons. How can you break it in a short time? Pei Zi-yun said with a smile. Kratos's face was gloomy. In this unknown space, the enemy could teleport, so he had almost no chance of winning. But he wasn't a person who would give up easily. Even if he knew it was difficult to win, he would fight with all his strength. Even if he died in battle, he would die honorably, not in humiliation. Thinking of this, Kratos roared and rushed toward Pei Zi-yun again. Pei Zi-yun didn't wait for him to get close. His figure appeared in front of Kratos in an instant, and his fist punched toward Kratos's face with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! This time, Kratos was prepared. He instantly raised his fist and punched back, colliding with Pei Zi-yun's fist and making a loud noise. Kratos was once again knocked back by Pei Zi-yun's tremendous force. Before he could regain his footing, Pei Zi-yun appeared at his side again and punched him. Bang! Kratos, who hadn't stood firm, was caught off guard by Pei Zi-yun's teleportation again and fell to the ground. Pei Zi-yun didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he smiled and said, "Kratos, is that all you've got? If that's all you've got, I don't believe you can kill Ares and the other Greek gods." Kratos climbed up from the ground and roared angrily. His body grew in size, and the muscles on his arms bulged. His aura rose steadily, and in an instant, his strength reached the same level as Pei Zi-yun's. Not bad. Is this your real strength? In this case, it's more like it. Arrogant god from the other world, you'll pay for your arrogance, Kratos roared and swooped down. Let's see how strong you are now. After Pei Zi-yun said that, he teleported and appeared 1 meter in front of Kratos. His fist, glowing with a metallic luster, swung down quickly. Boom. Kratos was caught off guard the first time, but this time, he had expected it. Kratos's fist also instantly met Pei Zi-yun's attack. Their fists collided again. The powerful force caused a loud bang at the point of collision, and the ground shook under the force of the collision. Pei Zi-yun took a few steps back and stopped. His iron fist was bloody, and his finger bones were cracked. But it didn't matter. His hand shook and healed. Kratos retreated even more. Although he wasn't as embarrassed as before, and his fist was only slightly injured, it didn't heal. Haha, good. Kratos, this is a warrior. After Pei Zi-yun said that, his figure flashed and appeared behind Kratos. His fist silently smashed toward the back of Kratos's head. Kratos had expected it. He turned his body quickly and blocked it with a punch. But Kratos's hurried punch was not strong enough. He was sent flying again and fell to the ground. This time, Pei Zi-yun didn't give him time to get up. His figure flashed again and appeared above Kratos, stomping hard with both feet. Bang! Kratos's body rolled quickly and narrowly escaped Pei Zi-yun's crushing stomp, while Pei Zi-yun's feet stomped hard on the ground, causing a tremor. Pei Zi-yun didn't follow up with another attack. Kratos was a person who was more explosive the more dangerous he was. Although he was isolated from the world, it was very possible. Instead of taking risks, it was better to knock him down again and again. Kratos got up again, but before he could stand firm, Pei Zi-yun's figure appeared behind him again. He immediately turned around and punched. There was no figure behind him, and Pei Zi-yun was nowhere to be seen. Kratos felt something was wrong. Suddenly, the back of his head was hit hard. Kratos's whole body flew out in an instant and his head was dizzy. Before he landed, he was hit again like a storm. Bang! Pei Zi-yun stomped hard on Kratos's body in the air and slammed him directly to the ground, making a pit in the ground. The dizzy Kratos lay on the ground, and before he could react, Pei Zi-yun stomped heavily on Kratos's chest with the momentum of Mount Tai. Puff! Kratos spat out a mouthful of blood, and there was the sound of bones breaking. The blood that was spat out seemed to have intelligence, and was about to flow back into Kratos's body. Ripples appeared in the space, suppressing the blood and turning it into an iron block. Kratos, you have to understand that in my space, you can't get any replenishment. That is to say, you can only consume and not replenish. Every bit of strength you use is less. How much strength do you have left now? After saying that, Pei Zi-yun stomped again, but at this time, Kratos had woken up and raised his arm to block Pei Zi-yun's foot. Pei Zi-yun shook his head and chuckled. He had tested the limit of Kratos's strength. At this time, he decided to end the battle quickly and kill Kratos quickly. As soon as he finished thinking, Pei Zi-yun flashed and appeared at Kratos's side, kicking out. Bang! Kratos's whole body was kicked into the air. Before his body could reach the highest point, he was stomped heavily on the ground by Pei Zi-yun, who had teleported. Puff! Kratos couldn't withstand such a heavy blow. He spat out another mouthful of blood, which turned into iron blocks in the blink of an eye. Before Kratos's body hit the ground, Pei Zi-yun kicked out again, kicking Kratos into the air. Just as he was about to kick again, Kratos suddenly roared, and a red light flashed and hugged Pei Zi-yun. There was a continuous sound of slapping as Kratos was about to strangle Pei Zi-yun. Another burst of strength? It's not easy. How much strength did it consume to break through the seal of space in an instant? Pei Zi-yun, who was in his arms, suddenly became empty. Then, he teleported behind him and stabbed fiercely, wind and thunder cut. Replacing the sword with his hand, a sword light came out, and the tip of the sword was dyed with a thin layer of cyan. With a puff, a thick mist of blood sprayed in front of him. Ah! His hand directly stabbed into Kratos's body and came out from his back. Then, he didn't have to pull it out at all. His hand was empty again, and the next moment, Pei Zi-yun appeared above him and stomped heavily. With a bang, Kratos's whole body was smashed to the ground. Boom! A deep dent appeared on the ground. Chapter 630. At that moment there was a loud boom. The Titans, who were attacking Mount Olympus, suddenly stopped. Then, the gods stopped fighting as well. Zeus hissed, "Kratos!" Even in the depths of Ares' tomb, a powerful force suddenly appeared, and a figure appeared. It was Ares. He was resurrected, and he shouted, "Kratos! Kratos!" Not to mention the surrounding monsters, no matter where they came from, they abandoned their hostility in an instant and searched for him, shouting, "Kratos can't die." Athena had moved to the tomb. Seeing all this, Pei Zi-yun, who was hiding in the space, couldn't help but wipe his sweat. It's just as I thought. This illogical world actually relies on Kratos. Killing Kratos seems to be a close call, but I'm actually preparing for a rainy day. The first rule is that I can't fight Kratos in the original realm. In that case, the whole world will support him. Even Ares, who was killed by Kratos, will protect Kratos. At this time, Kratos had already breathed his last. At the moment of his death, his body turned into a red light and was projected above the Greek god temple. Boom! The temple, which was not covered, was quickly covered, and the whole temple was complete. The moment the cover was covered, the Greek god temple emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the whole space. The Desu god temple and the newly built Greek god temple reflected each other. The power of the two temples entangled and turned into a tornado, wrapping around Pei Zi-yun and rushing into a passage. In his last glance, Pei Ziyun saw the original realm. The whole world was collapsing. Then, his soul seemed to turn into light, into an arrow, following a path and arriving at a familiar yet strange world. Boom! Pei Ziyun instantly entered a familiar yet strange body. He hadn't experienced this body for a long time, and it made him feel a little unfamiliar. But soon, he got used to this body. This was his body to begin with. Pei Ziyun suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of light shot out from his eyes, piercing a hole in the glazed tiles of the hall. This space was also in the void, but the area was much larger than the Greek world. When he opened his eyes, the power returned to his body. Pei Ziyun felt unprecedentedly powerful, stronger than when he left here. This is the Great Su? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as more and more information flowed into his mind, helping him to overcome the discomfort he felt when he had just returned. In the blink of an eye, he had a clearer understanding of this world. In the next moment, Pei Ziyun's face darkened. He stood up and waved his sleeves, causing ripples to form in the air. His body entered the ripples. In the next instant, he appeared 1,000 zhang up in the sky, looking down at everything below him. This was Baluo Island, and the entire island was lush with vegetation. Many residences had been built on the island, and farmland had been opened up. At a glance, one could tell that there were tens of thousands of commoners. There were refugees from the Great Su dynasty, and there were also assimilated natives. It was a thriving place. This wasn't strange at all. Back then, Pei Ziyun had only stayed for 3 years and had already come up with a complete strategy. Using Goldflow Island as a bridge, he absorbed refugees and resources from the mainland and cultivated Baluo Island. When he left, the population was 20,000. It is not surprising that they are even more prosperous now. However, there were many ships surrounding the island. At a glance, there were hundreds of ships. An endless stream of soldiers came down from the ships with weapons in their hands. Leading them were a few Taoists. They were wielding magical weapons, and were slaughtering the soldiers on the island. The number of soldiers on the island was small, and there were no powerful people in charge. Faced with the attacks of the Taoists and the soldiers, they were slowly losing ground. Kill them all! The Taoist led a large number of soldiers towards the center of the island. The fort in the center of the island wasn't very big, but it had been changed from a traditional convex polygon to a concave polygon. This improvement meant that no matter which point of the fort was attacked, the attacker would be exposed to the crossfire of more than one side of the fort, usually 2 or 3 sides. In history, there were cases where 100 people fought against a few thousand people. This was built by Pei Ziyun. It could be said that unless the inside was breached, this fort alone could suppress the fate of Baluo Island. Even if thousands of pirates or natives attacked it, it would still be safe. However, against the Taoists it might not be safe. There's not much time left. Pei Ziyun had just stood up when he felt a strong force pulling him back. It was like a rubber band being pulled back, trying to pull his soul back. Even so, he didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he hid himself in the air above the fort. Seeing that his family was temporarily safe, he wasn't in a hurry to save them. He wanted to see who these people were and what their motives were. When the entire fort was surrounded by the Taoist army, someone stood out and shouted, "Surrender. We are under the orders of the Taoists. The 7 sects have allied together, and you can't possibly resist us." Their words spread to the inside of the redoubt, and immediately caused a commotion. Pei Ziyun's mother, Pei Qianshi, Yi Suer and Liao Qingyi were all there. Their faces were filled with worry, and they didn't know what to do. Yi Suer was holding on to a little girl, while the Canton princess was holding on to a little boy. They looked to be about 6 or 7 years old, and were Pei Ziyun's children. They looked at the worried faces of the adults, and didn't dare to make a sound. Liao Qingyi had also grown up. She shouted towards the outside, "How dare you do this? If my master wakes up, He will definitely take revenge on you. Shem. Your master has long since fallen into a deep sleep or even died. If not for the fact that we had taken over Golden Island, he would have come out long ago if he was awake. A Taoist stood out and said. They dared to attack Baluo Island without any fear because they had confirmed that Pei Ziyun had fallen into a deep sleep. You have guts. Who said that I'm not around? Pei Ziyun's words were like rolling thunder, reaching the ears of these Taoists from afar. His voice boomed in their ears as he appeared soundlessly in front of the fort. It's the new Taoist. Everyone looked at Pei Ziyun and their faces fell. They were all filled with fear and unease. Some of them were so afraid that they dropped their weapons. A Taoist stood up and spoke in a trembling voice. Tao? Monarch, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Pei Ziyun shook his head gently and sighed. AI, looks like I've been too merciful. Everyone, don't be afraid. There are so many of us. As long as we escape, the Taoist will seek justice for us. I don't believe that he can really kill all of us. A Taoist amongst the crowd shouted out. Are there really people who aren't afraid of death? Pei Ziyun stretched out his right hand, and a long spear flew out of his hands. With a flick of his hand, the spear transformed into a bolt of lightning as it flew towards the Taoist. The Taoist hurriedly chanted a spell as a shield appeared in front of him. However, it was of no use. All that could be seen was a flash of lightning, and with a pew sound, the shield pierced through the Taoist's head. Pung! The Taoist's corpse flew 10 meters away, smashing into several soldiers before falling to the ground. The entire area was silent. Seeing that the new Taoist had killed a sect leader with a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Run!" The few Taoists turned into a gust of wind as they ran towards the ship. Seeing the few Taoists running away, the surrounding soldiers scattered and ran towards the ship outside the island. Pei Ziyun shook his head. He felt that these stubborn people were a joke. Without saying anything more, he flashed and appeared beside one of the Taoists. With a single finger, the Taoist didn't even have time to react before Pei Ziyun's finger landed on his head. The Taoist's body trembled slightly as he fell to the ground, dead. There were weapons flying towards Pei Ziyun, but Pei Ziyun ignored them. With a wave of his sleeves, all the weapons fell to the ground. His figure disappeared once again, and in the next moment, he appeared beside another Taoist. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm the sect leader of the Yushui sect. My Yushui sect has killed many demons. Spare me, I won't dare to do it again. The Taoist saw that Pei Ziyun had killed several sect leaders. They were all earth immortals, and yet they couldn't resist at all. He couldn't help but be shocked. I don't have much time. Pei Ziyun shook his head and pointed his finger. The sect leader of the Yushui sect saw that there was no way out. With a roar, a thunderstorm arose. However, with a single point of his finger, all the resistance crumbled like paper. Following which, the sect leader of the Yushui sect groaned and died. It's a pity that there are only 3 sect leaders on land. Pei Ziyun watched as the Taoists and soldiers escaped onto the ships. He didn't chase after them. When they left the sea, his eyes focused and he shouted, "Wind, come!" The sky suddenly turned dark. The sky was dark, indicating that a storm was coming. The wind blew away the dark clouds. What was even more terrifying was that the waves were like tsunamis. Everyone looked on in shock. They could only see the turbid waves surging towards them. In front of the dark and terrifying waves, the hundreds of ships were as weak as small boats. No! Everyone was crying and shouting. They saw the waves crashing down heavily. They saw the ships rushing towards the peak of the waves, falling into the valley of the waves and sinking into the sea. Boom! A minute later, a broken mast and sail could be seen on the surface of the sea. Many people were holding on to it. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun stepped onto the water. Although his steps seemed slow, with a few steps, he traversed a few hundred meters. "Tao Lord, spare me. I won't dare to," a Taoist said. But before he could finish his sentence, a sword light flashed and a pu sound could be heard. His head flew up into the sky and a pillar of blood spurted out. The headless corpse of the Taoist fell into the sea. Pei Ziyun had just killed one Taoist when his body flashed and appeared behind another. This Taoist was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Tao Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. The previous Tao Lord wanted us to do this. I know his secret. Spare my life and I will confess to you immediately. Pei Ziyun shook his head and said, I gave you a chance. How can I be merciful now? As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light flashed and the Taoist fell to the ground. After killing these few people, Pei Ziyun stopped attacking. The rest of the people heaved a sigh of relief. One of them suddenly shouted, No, Tao Lord, you can't do this. You killed 10,000 of my people in one go. You will definitely suffer. Before he could finish speaking, the next wave of the tsunami had arrived. All of a sudden, the screams stopped and the waves crashed down heavily. All the sails that were floating above the water disappeared. Within the waves, people could be seen with looks of despair on their faces. Their arms were stretched out towards the sky. Everything was swallowed up by the tsunami. This time, no one struggled or screamed. Only the wind continued to blow. After some time, the wind gradually calmed down. The clouds dispersed and the sky became clear again. Everything returned to normal. The power of typhoon, the power of natural disasters. Pei Ziyun stepped onto the surface of the water. Traces of the backlash were getting closer and closer to him. However, as soon as it reached his body, it started to burn. Pei Ziyun shook his head. He had finally understood the power of a god. Chapter 631. Suddenly, the sea became calm again. Occasionally, a few planks would float on the surface of the sea, telling the world that a ship had been destroyed. Pei Ziyun had mixed feelings. The feeling of being able to summon the power of the heavens and kill his enemies in an instant was too good. He could not help but sigh. This is the power of a god. It seems like a portion of the Greek world's godly power has been transferred here. It's a pity that it cannot last. I can feel the pulling force getting stronger and stronger. When Pei Ziyun had just left the world of Desu, he was already invincible. But at that time, he could only use his physical strength. Now, he could summon the power of the heavens and earth. Even some of the gods in the Greek world could not do this. To him, Desu was no longer a secret. At this level, no matter how strong the political and military system was, it would not be able to withstand a single blow. It was no wonder that many of the gods in Mount Olympus looked down on him. As he thought about this, Pei Ziyun suddenly felt weak. He knew that he did not have much time left. In a flash, he arrived at the fort. My son, husband, father, master. Inside the fort, Pei Qianshi, Yi Su'er, the Canton princess, Liao Qingyi and their children all cried out when they saw Pei Ziyun. They had been extremely worried when Pei Ziyun was not around. Especially recently, news of Pei Ziyun's slumber had been leaked. Many people had been provoking Baluo Island to lure Pei Ziyun out. When they confirmed that Pei Ziyun was not around, 7 sects had attacked Baluo Island. Luckily, Pei Ziyun had returned in time. If not, their loved ones would not have survived. All of you have suffered during this period of time. Pei Ziyun nodded to the crowd. Husband, it's nothing for us to suffer. As long as you are fine. Everyone spoke to Pei Ziyun, as if they wanted to pour out all of their longing for him. But Pei Ziyun did not have much time to talk to them. He was racing against time. I don't have much time here. I have not completed my transformation. If there's anything, wait until I have completed my transformation. Pei Ziyun said hurriedly. This matter was caused by the previous Tao Lord. I will kill him now to prevent any future troubles. As he spoke, he opened his palm. Spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged towards him. In an instant, a translucent spear of light appeared in his hand. The moment the light spear appeared, the surrounding air trembled faintly. Pei Ziyun's gaze instantly pierced through the layers of space, traversing thousands of mountains and rivers. With a single glance, he saw the former Tao Lord's primordial spirit that was suppressed underground. At that point, Pei Ziyun threw the spear of light into the air. The spear of light sliced through the air, piercing through the air before landing heavily on the ground. In the deepest part of the Dragon Aura-blessed land, inside the shimmering barrier was a dilapidated palace. The palace was covered in frost and snow. Broken god statues, broken swords, armors, and artifacts were everywhere. In the garden, although it was still in ruins, the withered tea trees had sprouted, and a dried-up pond was filled with water. The pavilion of time had been repaired. The Tao monarch laughed. Indeed, times have changed. Pei Ziyun, your fleshly body has achieved the Tao, and you've suppressed the entire world. You've forced the imperial court to change its ruler, and even caused the death of awakening emperor. However, I didn't dare to oppose it openly, but secretly opened some traps, so that the incense and fate of the Tao sect on the ground could flow into me and increase my strength. If you don't transform in a few more days, I'm afraid the imperial court will make even bigger moves. But if I don't die, a portion of the Tao monarch's status will always be in my hands. Let's see how you transform? As he said that, the Tao monarch couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, I've already achieved the Tao. I just need to replenish my strength. As for you, you haven't fully achieved the Tao. You've won the previous round. This round, we'll continue. Now that the 7 sects have joined forces, we'll first destroy your foundation on the ground. The Tao monarch's eyes were cold as he spoke. Just as he said that, his expression changed, and he felt a chill in his heart. He looked up into the sky. In an instant, a spot of light landed heavily on the seal. Boom! A hole appeared in the sturdy dragon chi barrier. The Tao monarch was overjoyed. Could it be that someone has opened the seal? No, that's not right. Following that, the spot of light transformed into a long spear and landed without hesitation. It's Pei Ziyun's attack. The Tao monarch caught a glimpse of it and was immediately alarmed. He stretched out his hand and light shone from his fingers. With a clanging sound, it transformed into a large hand that grabbed the long spear. But as soon as the long spear landed, there was a loud boom as the palm exploded. Instantly, it was filled with flashes of light and a rain of fire. The entire space shook as if it was about to collapse. Even the first Yuansher can't defend against it? The Tao monarch was shocked. Although a hole had appeared in the seal, the threat of the spear of light was greater. He immediately raised his hand again. 10,000 Daos return. With a loud boom, numerous types of Tao Qi gathered and formed a shield. This was the manifestation of the fate energy of the various sects on the ground. It immediately protected the Tao monarch. No matter how strong the spear of light was, even if it broke the Dragon Qi seal, the first Yuansher would still be able to defend against it. Once the seal is broken, I can escape. The Tao monarch wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the Dragon Qi seal. Unexpectedly, the spear landed. Before it could even get close, the shield was shattered. The Tao monarch's primordial spirit felt threatened and his expression changed. He shouted loudly, "No!" But the spear of light did not give him any time to react. In an instant, it broke through the shield. Actually, the tip of the spear was damaged as well. A large amount of starlight exploded out, containing thousands of cold stars. The core of the spear shrank, turning into a smaller yet more terrifying spear. The Tao monarch let out a cry of despair. He blocked the spear of light that was moving at an incredible speed, and a bolt of lightning shot out. Boom! The spear of light pierced through the lightning and shot into the body of the Tao monarch's primordial spirit. Instantly, the primordial spirit trembled and exploded with a loud boom. The Tao monarch's primordial spirit changed as a look of pain appeared on his face. A hole appeared in his chest. Ah! Amidst the roar, the Tao monarch's body split into many pieces, turning into a few identical small people that wanted to escape. This was the Tao monarch's primordial spirit. The short spear did not split, but instead pierced towards one of the small people. Instantly, the small person screamed out in pain as his Tao Qi dissipated in all directions. However, he could no longer form a primordial spirit. Damn it! No. The remaining small people's faces changed. The primordial spirit had already been destroyed. Even if he had strength left, what use would it be? Pei Ziyun, I achieved my Tao in this world. You killed me, and you will be punished by the heavens. The Tao monarch screamed, but the short spear did not hesitate. Under the despairing eyes of the small people, it pierced through. With a loud boom, another small person exploded, turning into dust. I didn't think that I would die here today. After killing several of them, the Tao monarch shouted. But before he could finish speaking, the short spear pierced through him. The final small person of the Tao monarch looked sad and happy at the same time, as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. He stretched out his hand halfway, and then suddenly dropped it. Boom! The Tao Qi dissipated, and the thick Tao Qi continued to spread. Everywhere it went, the withered garden was restored to its former glory. The pond was filled with water, and the palace was restored to its former glory. But the Tao monarch was dead. All right, the previous Tao monarch has been killed by me. You don't have to worry anymore. I will awaken soon. When I do, I will become a true immortal. Pei Ziyun held the hands of his two wives as he spoke. He then bowed to his mother. As soon as he finished speaking, his body started to fade in the air until he disappeared. Within the space, Pei Ziyun's body suddenly appeared in the Dessous, and he had fallen into a deep slumber. Boluo Island. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Many of them were unable to react to what had just happened. Pei Ziyun had suddenly appeared, and before he had even said a few words, he had used an earth-shattering divine ability to kill tens of thousands of people in one fell swoop. After that, he said that he had killed the previous Tao Lord, and then suddenly disappeared. Mother, has father become an immortal? The boy shook the Canton princess's hand and asked. Yes, your father has become an immortal, as long as he's not dead. The Canton princess and Yi Su-er had tears in their eyes. They were relieved that their husband had returned safely. 5 years ago, their husband had gone missing. Although he had told them about it, he had been missing for 5 years, and they were still worried. Now everything was fine. They looked up at the sky and mumbled, as long as he's back. Renwei looked at all of this and felt relieved. He then said, Old madam, the true sovereign has appeared. Everything is fine now. We can send a fleet back to Golden Island. If I'm not wrong, the Imperial Court will send troops to help. Not only will they be able to reclaim Golden Island, they will also punish the rebels, and even kill a few officials. Renwei bowed as he spoke. Why would the Imperial Court do this? They know that my husband has appeared? Yi Su-er asked curiously. Although this was a test by the Taoist sect, who gave us hundreds of boats, who are these sailors who are obviously soldiers? It must be someone from the Imperial Court, or at least someone from the Imperial Court. We've migrated tens of thousands of people to Boluo Island. How many spies are there among them? Today's battle, there's no need for us to report it. The Imperial Court will know about it. Once, twice, but not thrice. The Imperial Court has already done it twice, and wouldn't dare to do it a third time. Renwei sighed as he spoke. This time, they had killed the Tao monarch. If there was a third time, based on his understanding of Pei Ziyun, even if the Great Su dynasty had 100 million people to protect, it would still be destroyed. The Canton princess was in an awkward position. She held on to the boy's hand and refused to let go. Yi Su-er then nodded her head. Since that's the case, there are still people on the sea. Send people to rescue them. As for how to deal with them, I'll leave it to Mr. Renway bowed, yes. At this point, in the time it took to exchange a few words, there was a loud boom. Pei Ziyun's soul seemed to have turned into a beam of light and turned into an arrow, flying back along a path. Boom. Pei Ziyun entered a familiar space. The next moment, he appeared in the tomb of Ares. The moment he appeared, countless monsters and gods turned to look at him. Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, Gaia, Athena, it's a pity they're all fake. Pei Ziyun shook his head and saw that half of the world had collapsed. Only Mount Olympus and this tomb were still intact. Foreign gods, hand over Kratos. Hand over Kratos. The monsters and gods shouted in unison as they charged towards him. Goodbye. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun's body flickered and disappeared from this world. As he disappeared, the last piece of the world collapsed, turning into countless pieces. Chapter 632. Dense forest. Pei Ziyun appeared and looked around. He realized that his surroundings were the same as when he first entered, and he was standing in the middle of the array. He had returned. Not far away, the Phantom Lady stood there quietly. She had been waiting for a long time. Ever since Pei Ziyun entered that world, she had been waiting. This time, she had helped Pei Ziyun return to Troy quickly to get the 3 drops of God's blood, all for this journey of destiny. She looked at Pei Ziyun, who was slowly emerging from the spell, and smiled. Paris, you've done well. That thread of fate has been severed. Pei Ziyun heard her words and was shocked. This is a thread of destiny? Why do I feel so weak? Pei Ziyun had experienced the world and felt that Kratos was too weak as a god. That was why he had such a question. Naturally, there is more than one possibility in the world. Sometimes it faces many possibilities, but there is only one. The Phantom Lady seemed to be in a good mood as she spoke. Respectable lady, according to you, the world I just experienced was one of the many possibilities? That means there are other possibilities? Then will the possibility that I just faced appear in this world? I said that there are many possibilities in the world, but do you think there will be 2 fates appearing at the same time? Pei Ziyun thought about it and said, that's impossible. If there are 2, the world will split into 2, and each world will be weakened by half. Yes, all fates are very short and weak before they become reality. Also, the threads of destiny are not equal. The lower the possibility, the weaker it is. If that's the case, the world I just went to was a thread of destiny with a lower possibility. That's why it was so weak? Pei Ziyun asked. You can think of it that way. There is a huge gap between possibility and reality. It's not as if there is no meaning to it. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Even before it becomes reality, there is a difference in status between possibilities. The more logical the possibility is, the more likely it is. If the origin is wrong, or even if it's based on an absurd possibility, its value will be lower. Hearing the Phantom Lady's words, Pei Ziyun nodded, agreeing with her. She then smiled at Pei Ziyun. Paris, you've done a good job this time. I shall reward you accordingly. See you next time. With that, her figure slowly disappeared into the dense forest, as if she had never appeared. Pei Ziyun was already used to her disappearing ways, so he wasn't too surprised. This time, the Lady Phantom had helped him retrieve the 3 drops of God's blood. Her motive was still for him to help her sever that thread of fate. Now that he had severed that thread of fate, it was almost impossible for that to happen again in this world's evolution. Pei Ziyun waited in the forest for quite some time. When he felt that she had left, he asked, "The next time we meet?" "Maybe there won't be a next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, "System." A plum blossom quickly appeared and enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. There were words displayed on it. Mission: kill Kratos and end this line of destiny, completed. Pei Ziyun pressed down heavily and revealed a look of surprise. I've obtained 3 fate points. Now I can issue the oracle. Another line of words appeared on the transparent information interface. Mission, Oracle of the three goddesses of fate, many sons of the gods, countless heroes, their noble blood spilled in Troy. A new god will be born among the mortals. 26/25. This oracle was given to the three goddesses of fate by the plum blossom. Through the three goddesses of fate, it was reasonable and no one could stop it. Even the gods had to respect the arrangements of fate. Even if they didn't want to see mortals ascend to godhood, since fate had arranged it this way, they had to be careful. This didn't mean that all the gods obeyed fate. In reality, the gods were always using and twisting fate. The prophecy, oracle, of Zeus being overthrown was twisted by Zeus time and time again. Even the Battle of Troy was a war that Zeus fought to overthrow fate. No god would obey fate and die. However, if it wasn't a matter of life and death, their resistance wouldn't be as strong. Once this oracle was issued, he would have the chance to ascend to godhood and wouldn't have to face the combined forces of the gods. This was fate's arrangement. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun pressed down heavily. Boom. Suddenly, an invisible ripple spread out, joining the lines of fate of this world. It seemed like everything had changed, but at the same time, nothing had changed. But to the naked eye, the world was still operating as usual. Nothing had changed. Mount Olympus, temple of the goddess of fate. Mount Olympus was deep in the sea of clouds. The main hall at the top of the mountain was a corridor made up of pillars. The pillars were made up of marble pillars that were carved with great deeds. There were evergreen vines climbing all year round, and it was connected to the palaces of the gods. The gods who lived on Mount Olympus were arranged according to the hierarchy of the gods, from the foot of the mountain to the top. The three goddesses of fate, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, were only below Apollo and Artemis. In fact, they were even above Hephaestus and Aphrodite. The temple of the goddess of fate was located halfway up the mountain. This was a relatively high position for all the gods on Mount Olympus. The fact that the palaces of the three goddesses of fate were here not only meant that the gods of fate were very high, but they were also highly valued on Mount Olympus. The palace was a circular one made of marble, supported by 36 pillars. The surrounding stairs and roads were all paved with pure white marble. Inside the palace, there were reliefs and murals engraved with mysterious patterns, as well as various patterns of the stars, giving off a very mysterious feeling. But at this time, the three goddesses of fate were kneeling in a magic circle. This magic circle was densely packed with innumerable lines that formed a concentric circle. The three goddesses of fate were sitting in the magic circle, communicating with these lines of fate. They wanted to find out the truth about the rainbow crown and understand the future of fate. At this moment, the three goddesses of fate groaned, and tears of blood flowed from their eyes. They seemed to have encountered similar situations before, so they didn't panic. They closed their eyes and rested quietly. They were suffering from the backlash of fate and couldn't open their eyes at this moment. After issuing the oracle, Pei Ziyun slowly walked out of the forest and headed for the distant Troy city. I didn't expect that the Kratos of that world was only a line of fate that might appear in this world. But the advancement in power he gave me is real, which means that there is a certain possibility of that world. And the Phantom Lady asked me to cut off the line of fate of that world, so that Kratos will not appear in this world. No, I was wrong just now. It didn't give me power, but it made up for a certain flaw in my status. My power didn't increase at all, but a certain possibility of fate was completed. Typhon and Kratos. On the way back to Troy, Pei Ziyun kept thinking about the problem of the lines of fate that he had experienced, and now he had some clues. It feels like they are all leaning towards disaster. Could it be that I will become the god of disaster in Greece? But there are already goddesses of discord in this aspect. Mount Olympus, the morning sun shone on Mount Olympus, bathing the whole mountain in golden sunlight, making the towering Mount Olympus look holy and majestic. Today was the day that the three goddesses of fate agreed to give the answer to the rainbow crown. Seeing that they didn't come, Hera personally went to the palace of the three goddesses of fate. She walked up the white marble stairs and slowly entered the palace. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she saw the three goddesses of fate kneeling on the ground with their eyes closed. She could still see their tears of blood. What's going on? Hera looked at the scene in front of her and was shocked. She didn't know what had happened to the three goddesses of fate to be in such a sorry state. This was a rare situation. Honorable Hera, as you can see, we suffered the backlash of fate during the ceremony, causing us to temporarily be unable to open our eyes. However, we will recover after a while, Clotho said. What kind of fate appeared and caused you to suffer such a severe backlash? Hera asked with a serious expression. When we were performing the fate ceremony, we received feedback from fate. An oracle appeared, Atropos said. Oh? What kind of oracle? Hera became even more curious. She didn't know what kind of oracle could cause the three goddesses of fate to be so heavily injured. Many sons of the gods, countless heroes, their noble blood spilled on Troy, and a new god will be born among the mortals, Lachesis said. What? This oracle from the three goddesses of fate caused Hera to take a step back and feel fear. This sort of oracle was something that had never happened before. This sort of oracle had been directly sent to the three goddesses of fate, and it was completely out of the control of the gods. No matter if it was humans or gods, they all feared the unknown. I need to immediately tell this to the king of the gods, Zeus, and have him make a decision, Hera said with a serious expression. Just as Hera was about to leave, she remembered why she had come here and asked, "Did you find out the reason for the incident with the rainbow crown? It's a pity that just as we were about to obtain the answer, we received the oracle from fate and suffered the backlash." So you didn't find out anything? Hera asked. That's right. After we recover from our injuries, we can continue to pray to fate and see if we can find an answer, Lachesis said. Alright, I know what happened to you. I'll report to Zeus immediately. Hera hurried away after she finished speaking. Chapter 633. Greek camp. Achilles had dragged Hector's body all the way back to the warship with his chariot. In the process, the body had been stained by the stones and mud, and there was a clear blood stain. Achilles untied Hector's body from the chariot and dragged it to the warship, where Patroclus's body lay quietly on the wooden plank. Bam! Achilles threw Hector's body heavily to the ground, and it crawled face down in front of Patroclus's body. His face and body were covered in blood, as if he was asking for Patroclus's forgiveness. News of Achilles' victorious return immediately spread throughout the Greek camp. Commander Agamemnon, Achilles has brought back Hector's body. It looks like he's going to cremate Patroclus's body. The herald, Tipios, immediately rushed back to report. Yes, order our warriors to cut wood, pile up firewood, and build a cremation table. These will be needed soon, Agamemnon said. Yes, Commander, the herald, Tipios, replied and immediately went to pass on the order. Achilles threw Hector's body down and heard the news. Achilles, Agamemnon ordered the warriors to take the animals to cut wood. They're going to cut down the tallest tree on Mount Ida. Agamemnon is so tactful. To be honest, he had killed Hector, and it was a good omen. Achilles suddenly felt fearless. He laughed and gathered the warriors. He ordered, all of you, put on your armor. Saddle all the chariots with horses. We are going to hold a funeral for Patroclus. The Greek warriors that Achilles belonged to lined up neatly, and the chariots were lined up in rows. Not only that, but the rest of the heroes and princes also wore armor and joined in. The procession was huge. Achilles put Patroclus's body into the coffin. Hector's body was still tied to the chariot with a belt through the hole between the ankle and the heel. Soon, the funeral procession moved forward, the princes, warriors, and charioteers in front, followed by thousands of armored soldiers on foot. These soldiers followed the chariot step by step in an orderly manner. Achilles and a few others carried the coffin with Patroclus's body, while Hector's body was dragged behind in the chariot. This kind of behavior raised eyebrows. Achilles is insulting the corpse of a hero. Isn't he afraid of God's punishment? Shoo, I don't know if God has punished us, but if Achilles hears this, he will be angry. After walking for a while, they came to an open area in the camp, where a cremation platform had been built with wood. Achilles placed the coffin on a large pile of wood on the crematorium, stepped back, cut off a lock of his brown hair with a knife, and gazed at the vast sea. Ah, river god of Sperseus, my father once made a vow that when I returned in triumph, I should cut off my hair as a sacrifice and sacrifice 50 sheep in your sacred forest and altar. Unfortunately, his wish failed. River god, you did not accept my prayers and did not allow me to return to my homeland. Now, please forgive me, but I can only offer my hair to Patroclus, and let him take it to Hades. As he spoke, Achilles placed a lock of hair in his friend's hand and lit the pile of wood with the torch he held in his hand. The fire burned fiercely, engulfing Patroclus's body, and the flames rose to the sky. The Greeks formed a circle around the burning crematorium. At this time, all the Greeks deeply cherished Patroclus, who was once a powerful hero active on the battlefield. At that time, he turned the tide and saved the Greeks from a desperate situation, but unfortunately, he was killed by Hector. Achilles said to the burning body of Patroclus, "My friend, Patroclus, may you enter the underworld in happiness. The vow I made to you has been fulfilled. Only Hector's body has not been burned. His body will be fed to the dogs," Achilles said fiercely. Achilles said fiercely. With a wave of his hand, a group of hungry dogs barked ferociously at Hector's corpse. As soon as the soldiers let go of the reins, these hungry dogs would pounce and devour Hector's corpse. The surrounding heroes and princes looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Some felt that Achilles had gone too far. Although the two sides fought like fire and water, under normal circumstances, corpses would not be insulted. Moreover, Paris had respected the bodies of the dead Greek heroes last time. He had cleaned all their bodies, smeared them with perfume, and even sent Patroclus's body back. Now, Achilles' actions were completely different from Paris's. If Paris knew how Achilles treated Hector's corpse, would he still respect the Greek hero's corpse? Would he still return Patroclus's corpse? Everyone was thinking about this, but Achilles' attitude was firm. He had just returned victorious, and with the previous example, no one dared to offend him. Everyone chose to remain silent. Woof, woof, woof. The soldiers let go of the reins in their hands. These hungry dogs had been starving for a few days, and Hector's body was smeared with the smell of the dogs' favorite food. They all pounced on Hector's body, looking like they were going to eat his body clean. But God was very angry when he saw this scene. Aphrodite suddenly appeared next to Hector's body, guarding it from a group of hungry dogs. The hungry dogs felt the breath of God, and were so scared that they whimpered and ran away. Then Aphrodite anointed Hector's body with oil of rose and ointment of immortality, so that all the bruises and filth which she had dragged him away disappeared. Apollo also sent a thick fog to cover Hector's body so that the sun would not dry it. The Greek heroes and soldiers saw that the hungry dogs did not dare to go near Hector's body, and that a thick fog had covered Hector's body. Everyone's expressions were solemn. It was obvious that God had taken action to protect Hector's body from suffering. If Hector's body was mistreated like this, wouldn't God be angry? Achilles' expression was also solemn. He knew that God had taken action to protect Hector's body, and his idea of feeding Hector's body to the dogs might not work. Achilles must die, Apollo said sorrowfully. Hector had always been a hero under Apollo's protection. Seeing his body being humiliated by Achilles, Apollo's anger flared. Honorable Apollo, perhaps Achilles understood this, so he did not hold back, Aphrodite said. Is that so? But the punishment of the gods is not only in life, Apollo said in a low voice. Apollo's words were straightforward. The gods could punish a person not only in life, but also in the soul after death. That's Hades' domain. Besides, we can't humiliate Achilles too much for Hector's sake. Apollo was about to say something when his ears suddenly twitched. He heard the sound of a horn. Mortals could not hear this horn, but to the gods, it seemed to be able to ignore the barriers of space. They could hear it clearly no matter how far away they were. With this horn, the gods quickly rushed back to Mount Olympus. Apollo was shocked. He had not heard this horn for a long time. What's going on? The last time I heard this sound was when the giants of Gaia attacked Mount Olympus. What happened this time? Let's hurry back and find out, Aphrodite said. With that, the two gods rose into the sky, passed through layers of barriers, and quickly rushed back to Mount Olympus. Returning to the top of the sacred mountain, Apollo stepped into the hall of the central palace. He felt a different atmosphere, and he saw the solemn expressions of the gods. It seemed that something big had happened this time. Just as Apollo was about to ask, Artemis pulled him to the side and whispered, "My dear brother, the three goddesses of fate have received feedback from fate. At the same time, they have also suffered a backlash. They have issued a new oracle. A new god will be born among the humans." Apollo was shocked. This news was too unexpected. There was no warning at all. A new god will be born among the humans? Apollo was in disbelief. Ever since Hercules became a god, Zeus had been keeping a close eye on the heroes among the mortals to prevent anyone from becoming a god. The outbreak of the Battle of Troy was also Zeus' intention to eliminate the heroes among the mortals who might become a threat, to prevent the possibility of becoming a god. But the current situation seemed to be far beyond his expectations, and Apollo fell into deep thought. Zeus sat on a throne made of gold and ivory. His expression was also very serious, no longer as relaxed and happy as before. He also felt that the situation was out of his control. His face was dark and he did not speak. A new god was born among the mortals. The Battle of Troy was too unexpected for the gods. The surrounding gods had solemn expressions. They were also shocked by this news, and it was an oracle officially issued by the three goddesses of fate. The gods discussed among themselves about the possibility of becoming a god this time. Hera whispered to the main gods, "Who is this new god? I feel that it is not Greek." Poseidon frowned. This was not good news. If a mortal could become a god, it would shake the foundation of the gods, and it was an uncontrollable ascension. "Do you still remember the auspicious omen that Achilles gave?" Apollo said with a frown. Although everyone knew that Apollo wanted Achilles dead, they all agreed with Apollo's words. The scene of Achilles killing Hector with the rainbow crown had left a deep impression on the gods. This time, he might be the one who became a god among the mortals. The gods looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Achilles must die. "But Achilles still has the afterglow of fate," a god said with a frown. Everyone agreed that he had to die. A deity said with a frown. With the afterglow of fate, there was some resistance to killing him. This afterglow of fate is not enough to protect him. I believe that our Father will quickly eliminate Achilles for us. The gods respected fate, but they did not fear it. This afterglow was not enough to protect Achilles. Chapter 634. Zeus felt uneasy. He pushed the clouds away with his hand and looked at Achilles in the Greek camp, but what he saw made him angry. Achilles harnessed the warhorse, pierced the holes in the heels and ankles of Hector's corpse with a leather belt, and tied Hector's body to the chariot. Snap! With the sound of a whip, the warhorse pulled the chariot and galloped around the tomb of Patroclus, and Hector's body was dragged behind the chariot for 3 laps. Hector's body was dragged with cuts and marks, which was a classic case of corpse abuse. The gods on Mount Olympus were very sad and indignant when they saw this scene. They felt that Achilles' actions were too much, and should not be forgiven. Even Hera, who had always supported the Greeks, kept her mouth shut. The gods had always been very taboo to abuse corpses, and Achilles had undoubtedly angered them. Zeus' face was sullen, and he looked at Achilles in the clouds without saying a word. His heart was already burning with anger. Iris, go tell Thetis to tell Achilles that the gods, including me, are angry at him for wantonly abusing Hector's body and detaining it on the ship. Zeus ordered the rainbow goddess Elise. Yes, dear Zeus, Elise said, turned into a rainbow and disappeared from Mount Olympus. This time, the horn was blown to summon the gods, mainly to tell them that the three goddesses of fate had issued an oracle, that someone among the mortals would become a new god. This was a major event, and Zeus' biggest doubt about the mortals becoming gods was Achilles. Not only was Achilles the most powerful among the mortals, but he was also the closest to the gods. More importantly, Achilles was the prophesied child of destiny who posed a threat to Zeus. In the face of this threat and all kinds of accidents, Zeus had made a decision and said to Hermes, "Hasn't Memnon arrived yet? Send a wind for his journey so that he can reach the Trojan battlefield as soon as possible." "I understand, revered father," Hermes replied and sighed in his heart. Even if Achilles had the afterglow of fate, killing Memnon, the son of the goddess of dawn, would definitely consume it. Zeus was determined to execute Achilles as soon as possible. When the gathering was over and the gods dispersed, Hera called out to Apollo, who was about to leave the hall. "Your redoubtable father, Zeus, is looking for you. Come with me," said Hera. Apollo followed Hera back into the hall, and when he returned, he saw Zeus sitting on his throne made of ivory and gold, his face ashen. Zeus had already made up his mind. With a sullen face, he said, "Apollo, I allow you to kill Achilles immediately with the help of a mortal. If that is not possible, kill him yourself." Yes, Apollo agreed. With Zeus's permission, Apollo no longer had to restrain himself. He had long wanted to kill Achilles, but it had been inconvenient for him to do so. Even when Achilles had insulted Hector's body, Apollo had endured it and not attacked Achilles. Now that he had Zeus's permission, he no longer had to be passive. The palace of the deep-sea Thetis. Following Zeus's order, Elise quickly arrived at Thetis' palace. "Dear Elise, what brings you here?" Thetis said kindly. "Thetis, Zeus asked me to come," Elise said lightly. When the sea goddess heard that Zeus asked Elise to come to her, her expression became dignified. "Zeus ordered me to find you and tell you to find your son, Achilles, and tell him that the gods, including Zeus, are furious at him for wantonly humiliating Hector's corpse and detaining the corpse on the ship to prevent it from being ransomed," said the rainbow goddess Elise. Thetis's face changed. She didn't expect Achilles to make this mistake. What made her even more afraid was Zeus's tone. She was just about to say something when the rainbow goddess Elise issued Zeus's order. Her figure flashed and disappeared from the palace of Thetis in the deep sea. Thetis was stunned for a moment and did not dare to delay. She immediately left the palace and arrived at Achilles' barracks in a short time. Because she came invisibly, the soldiers outside the barracks could not find her figure. Achilles was sitting in a daze in the barracks at the moment. He didn't even notice Thetis coming in. Thetis slowly approached and sat down, saying gently, "Dear son, how long do you want to torture yourself by sighing and not eating?" Thetis sympathized with Achilles, but there was nothing she could do. Achilles looked at his mother and said, "Mother, although I killed Hector and avenged my good friend Patroclus, I am not happy at all." "How much you miss your good friend Patroclus. Fortunately, you are not blinded by hatred," Thetis said with a straight face. "My son, listen to what Zeus wants me to say to you. He and the gods are angry because you mistreated Hector's body and kept his body on the ship. My son, ask for a generous ransom and hand over the body." Thetis knew that if Achilles still disobeyed the will of the gods, he would be greeted with endless anger. At that time, he would not be able to live in peace even after death. Achilles looked up and looked at his mother. Mother, I respect the opinions of Zeus and the gods. Whoever gives me the ransom can take the body back. Achilles had seen how the gods had protected Hector's body during the day, and now his mother's words, he had thought it through. If he continued to hold on to Hector's body, the gods would definitely not allow it. He might as well be generous and hand over Hector's body so that he would not continue to offend the god. My son, you will be happy with your decision today. The gods will forgive your rashness, Thetis said happily. At this time, a messenger came in with a message. Dear Prince Achilles, there is someone outside who claims to be King Priam of Troy. He only brought an old man with him. Oh! How dare he come to camp with only an old man? Invite him in, Achilles said. Yes, sir. The messenger slowly left. Not long after, King Priam was led into Achilles' barracks. Achilles sat on a woolen mat and watched Priam walk in. He saw that Priam was a white-haired old man with many wrinkles on his face. When Priam entered the barracks, he saw Achilles sitting on a woolen cushion, and Achilles was staring at him. He quickly walked in front of Achilles, hugged his knees, kissed the hands that had killed so many of his sons, and stared at Achilles' face. Achilles and his friends looked at the old man in surprise, not understanding why he would do such a lowly thing. After all, Priam was the king of Troy. Even in the warring Greek camps, he would be respected. The old man begged, Holy Achilles, think of your father. He is as old as I am. Perhaps he is also hated and threatened by his neighbors. Like me, he is helpless and afraid. But he still longs to see his son again. He hopes that his son can return from Troy in triumph. You are right. My father, Peleus, has sent several waves of messengers, hoping that I will return in triumph. He misses me very much, Achilles said. Priam listened to Achilles and continued, Yes, your father, Peleus, misses you so much that he can at least send messengers to communicate with you. But what about me? When the Greeks came to Troy, I still had 10 sons, but they all died in battle. I'm the one who suffered the most in this war. Now you have taken away the only son who can protect us, the city, and the people. These sons of mine, they will never come back. When I miss them, what else can I do but cry at their graves? Holy Achilles, I hope you have pity on me. I've lost 10 sons, and I can't even bury the body of the only son who could protect us. I'm so sad and desperate. Therefore, I have come to your worship, hoping to ransom my son Hector. I have brought you a large ransom. Son of Peleus, please listen to the advice of God. Think of your father, and have pity on me. This time, Priam had come to Achilles' worship with the determination to succeed or die trying, so he spoke his mind. The effect of Priam's words was obvious. It aroused Achilles' nostalgia for his old father, Peleus. Achilles gently let go of the old man's hand and helped him up. He said sympathetically, Poor you. You have suffered so much. How dare you come to my worship alone to meet the man who killed your son? Well, I am willing to return Hector's body to you, because my mother has told me the order of Zeus. And I also understand that God has helped you and brought you to my worship. Otherwise, no matter how brave a mortal is, he would not be able to come here. In fact, this was the main reason why Achilles agreed. The Greek camp was very strict, but this old man came in without alerting anyone. This must be the direct help of God. Now, God's attitude was very clear. No matter how confident Achilles was, he did not dare to go against the collective will of God. When Priam heard that Achilles had agreed to return Hector's body to him, he was overjoyed. He had come here to find Achilles to redeem Hector's body. He had never thought that Achilles would agree to his request so easily. Dear Achilles, thank you so much for listening to my plea and agreeing to redeem Hector's body for me. I will give you all the ransom money I have brought to thank you for your kindness. Chapter 6:35. Hearing this, Achilles did not refuse. he ordered the soldiers to remove the ransom gifts from Priam's chariot. Most of the gifts were gold and bronze, with a few spices and rare treasures. All the gifts were removed and placed on Achilles' chariot, leaving only a cloak and a tights, which were used to cover Hector's body. Priam was finally able to see his son. There were drag marks all over Hector's body. Gently stroking the wounds, Priam could imagine what kind of abuse Hector's body had suffered after his death. For a moment, tears flowed down his face. Achilles called his friend's name. Patroclus, if you hear in the underworld that I have returned Hector's body to his father, please do not be angry with me. The ransom he has brought is very generous, and you have a share of it. And Zeus has also ordered me not to torture Hector's body, and not to keep his body in custody. Now, following the will of the gods, I have returned his body to his father. Achilles called out to Patroclus, hoping that his action of returning Hector's body to Priam would be understood. Hermes, who was invisible, stood beside Priam, watching him cry. He said to himself, "Old king, you have ransomed your son with a large sum of money. But when Agamemnon and the other Greek princes and heroes learn of this, they will detain you and demand triple the ransom from your son at home." Priam was shocked. He hurriedly called for his attendants to put on the tights and cloak for Hector's body. Together, they stealthily rode out of the Greek camp with the body. Hermes, just as he had come, descended in the mist, making it invisible to the Greek. Soon, he was far away from the Greek camp. Priam and his attendants drove the chariot towards Troy. They hurried along the way, and by dawn they had arrived outside Troy. At dawn, everything was asleep except for Priam's daughter, Cassandra, who was watching from the tower. When she saw her father sitting in the chariot and Hector's body in the chariot, she could not help but burst into tears. Hector was her eldest brother, and he took good care of his younger siblings. Seeing him lying on the chariot as if he was asleep, Cassandra felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. Pei-Yun had been waiting at the top of the city walls for a long time. When he saw the carriage returning, he ordered the soldiers to open the gates. The war chariot slowly drove into the city. Pei-Yun waved his hand, and a group of soldiers came forward to protect the chariot. At the same time, they steered the chariot and guided Priam's chariot towards the palace. As soon as the procession reached the palace gates, and Roma, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet them. When she saw the corpse of her husband lying on the chariot, she held Hector's head and cried her heart out. When everyone heard Andromar's heart-wrenching cries, they could not help but shed tears. Even King Priam shed tears. Pei-Yun remained silent. Although he wasn't going to cry, he was affected by the atmosphere, and his heart was filled with sadness. "Dear husband, you have made me a pitiful widow, and left me alone with my pitiful child. I'm afraid your son will not be able to be raised to adulthood. Troy will soon be destroyed, and you will no longer be able to protect the city and the people in it. Soon we will be captured and put on the warships of the Greeks, and I will not be spared." Andromar cried to his son, Astyanax, and said, "And you, my pitiful son, Astyanax, will also serve a cruel master and share your mother's shame. Or you will be pushed down from the city walls by a Greek, because your father killed his brother, or his father, or his son." When Pei-Yun heard Andromar's words, he knew that she was talking about fate. He sighed and said, "Andromar, don't worry. I will protect you and your son. My husband, Hector, you see, in the end, it is Paris who has always been hostile to me and your son. But Troy is about to be destroyed, and Paris is powerless to protect us. Because your own fate is not in your control, how can you protect us?" Andromar said and cried bitterly, as if he had lost all hope. Pei-Yun shook his head slightly. He knew that no matter what he said, Andromar would not believe that he could protect them. And to protect Troy from destruction, she would not believe him even more. Pei-Yun didn't intend to convince him. Everything would be decided by the fact. He then turned to the tired and white-haired Priamus and said, "Father, you haven't slept the entire night. Go back and rest. Leave the rest to me." As he said this, Pei Zi-yun called for a messenger. "Order people to prepare firewood and find a craftsman to build a wooden bed. Build a cremation table in the open area of the palace garden as soon as possible." "Yes, Prince Paris." The messenger immediately accepted the order and bowed before leaving. Pei Zi-yun ordered people to move Hector's body into a room. He personally wiped the body and stitched up the wounds on the body. After cleaning the body, Pei Zi-yun carefully applied balm on the body and dressed it in luxurious clothes. After everything was done, Hector's body looked brand new. He was no longer in a sorry state. At this moment, he seemed to be sleeping on the bed. "Prince Paris, the cremation table has been built." A messenger came in and reported, "Find a few people to move Prince Hector's body to the wooden bed on the cremation table." Pei Zi-yun ordered. Everyone obeyed. Unknowingly, the power had been transferred to Paris. In history, Paris had a bad reputation. Hence, even if Hector died, it would not be his turn. But now, Paris was good at scheming and had many achievements in the war. Hector's death was what everyone expected. Palace garden, open area, a 2-meter-high cremation table was erected. The palace craftsman had used wood to build the cremation table. At the top of the cremation table was an exquisite wooden bed. Around the cremation table, there were many flammable firewood. Beside the cremation table, there was a temporary altar. The altar in the middle was also 2 meters high. On it there were statues of Zeus and Apollo. Hector's body was transported over. Using a ladder, it was placed on the tall wooden bed. In front of the altar, the priestess, Princess Cassandra, stood quietly. Servants carried the gold and led the bull up. Cassandra took the tray and placed the gold on the altar. She then slaughtered the bull and sacrificed it. The fearsome Zeus, the god of distance shooting, "Apollo, you are so noble. I hope that you will grant me grace and allow Hector's soul to rest in peace in the underworld." After the sacrifice was completed, everyone stood in a circle around the cremation table. They moved slowly and looked at Hector, who was lying quietly on the wooden bed. They were deeply reminiscing about him. "My dear son, Hector, how cruel you are to leave us so early. The safety of Troy and the people of Troy are all on your shoulders. With you gone, what will happen to Troy? How can you bear to see Troy destroyed in the hands of the thugs?" As Priam spoke, he couldn't help but shed tears. The elders who were listening all used their hands to wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes. Hector's mother, Hector, was crying her heart out. Even now, she still couldn't accept the reality of Hector's departure. Pei Zi-yun held a torch in his hand and gently lit the pile of firewood. A huge fire rose into the sky. The blazing flames cast a bright red glow on the surroundings. "Hector, my son, my son!" Hecuba cried out miserably, then suddenly fainted. "Queen, queen!" A maid quickly caught her body. "Bring the queen to rest," Pei Zi-yun commanded. The fire burned for a long period of time. Everyone was silent as they reminisced about Hector's life. Gradually, the fire became smaller and smaller. All that was left of the cremation table was a pile of ashes. Everyone used sweet wine to extinguish the remaining ashes. They picked up some bones from the ashes and wrapped them in a purple cloth. They placed them in a small golden box and sent people to bury them. Pei Zi-yun then turned around to face Priam. "Father, I wish to speak to you." Priam was shocked. He followed Paris through a corridor and heard his son ask, "Father, when Troy was destroyed by that person, what was the biggest difficulty you faced in rebuilding it?" Priamus was taken aback by Paris' sudden question. He didn't expect Paris to ask such a question. Thinking about it, he realized something and said, "Establishing a city isn't easy. Talents, resources, authority, and strength are all indispensable. But Paris, we are the children of God. We have power and authority. We do not lack it." Pei Zi-yun nodded. He was a political expert and a master of the art of war. Of course, he understood that the foundation of all political power was power. The princes of this world were not like the ones in the world of Dessous. The princes had the blood of God in them. It was not difficult for them to suppress the mortals. With power and money it is not difficult. Only craftsmen, doctors, prophets, and scholars are more difficult. With them, even if the prince lost his city, it would not be difficult to rebuild it. At this point, Priam had already understood. He looked at his son with a sad and tender gaze. Paris, I will prepare these for you. You can leave with a known. Pooh! Pei-Yun laughed. Priam was indeed a good father. He thought that Paris would want to escape if Hector died. It was better to make things easier for him. But at this point he said, Father, you are wrong. I have to prepare these, but it is better to be safe than sorry. It is too late if something happens. How can I leave by myself? If I want to leave, I have to kill Achilles first. Priam's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was about to say something when he saw Paris turn around and say, Besides, can I even leave? Hearing this, Priam was speechless. He let out a long sigh. Chapter 636. After Hector was buried, Pei-Yun brought Oenone and Helen back to the mansion. When they arrived at the mansion, Helen, who had just cried, said sadly, Oenone, Hector is the one I admire the most among my husband's brothers. It's been 6 years since Paris brought me, an unfortunate woman, to Troy. In these 6 years, I've never heard Hector say a single bad word. Although King Priam protected me like a father, whenever there was a quarrel between my brothers, whenever my husband's brothers and sisters came out to scold me, Hector would always stand up to persuade them to calm down and help me out. Hector is dead, and I've lost a friend and a brother who comforted me. Now everyone is going to despise me. Helen could not help but cry as she spoke of her sadness. Everyone around her sighed. Oenone comforted her, Helen, although I'm sad that Hector is gone, we still have Paris to rely on. Pei-Yun knew that Helen had many emotions. 6 years ago, she was still the Queen of Sparta, and now she was following him. If Troy was stable, everything would be fine, but now that it was on the verge of collapse, she could not help but feel emotional. Thinking of this, Pei-Yun called out in his heart, System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him, and quickly grew larger, turning into a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Hero Bloodline. Level 5, 475. 5%. I'm only 25% away from level 10. This bit of experience can definitely be achieved by killing a stronger hero, such as Ajax, or simply killing Achilles. There was not much time left for Pei-Yun, and the final showdown was getting closer and closer. When that time came, he would have to reveal his true intentions. When Achilles was killed, the gods would abandon him. At that time, there would be no more gods to protect him, and he would have to rely on himself for everything. Thinking of this, Pei-Yun said loudly to the servant, Gather everyone. Yes, Prince Paris. The servant bowed and retreated. Not long after, the well-prepared crowd rushed into the courtyard. Looking at each other, Oenone and Helen stopped crying and comforting each other, wondering what Paris had in mind. Pei-Yun surveyed his surroundings. The first thing he saw was Jesne and Kusailia. Following that, he heard the sound of footsteps. A group of soldiers stepped forward. They were all clad in leather armor, which gleamed under the sunlight. These were all slaves that Pei-Yun had bought over the years. These slaves had participated in many battles, and those who didn't manage to survive had become veterans, and were filled with killing intent. There were also slaves who had a special skill and were on standby in the garden. After a long period of training, they were already able to handle their respective posts with ease. As for Jesne, he was in charge of contacting the merchants, bards, and people of other professions from the various kingdoms and cities. This was to establish a complete intelligence network. This was the task that Pei Ziyun had given him, and he had completed it excellently. Kuseliya had also achieved great results in terms of trade, goods and money. This made Pei Ziyun feel more at ease in entrusting all these matters to her. Everyone lined up and bowed. Prince Paris. Pei Ziyun nodded. He was very satisfied with everyone's mental state. He listened to Jessen's report and said, "Prince Paris, the ships are ready." "Very good. How many ships are there in total?" Pei Ziyun asked. He was not as clear about his own assets as Jessen and the rest. "A total of 12 ships." Pei Ziyun nodded. With these ships he would be able to bring some things away easily. 12 ships wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun asked again, "What about the other preparations?" "The 3 best craftsmen in the city have been gathered according to your instructions. All the knowledge in the city has been copied onto parchment. These things are all stored on different ships to prevent any accidents from happening." Pei Ziyun nodded. He approved of everything that Jessen had done. Ever since Jessen had started following him, he had always done his best. Although he liked to take advantage of others, he had always turned a blind eye to these innocuous things. Pei Ziyun nodded. Not bad. Jessen, you've done well. I hope you will continue to work hard." After speaking to Jessen, Pei Ziyun turned to look at Kuseli, waiting for her report. "Respectable Prince Paris, this time, I have recorded all the goods and people we need to bring away. Some of our less important businesses have also been sold to recoup our capital." As she finished speaking, Kuseli took out a thick parchment and passed it to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun took the parchment and nodded. He didn't read it immediately. "Kuseli, you've done well too. With you and Jessen as my right and left hands, you've saved me a lot of trouble. I will now officially return your slave contract to you and give you your freedom." As he said this, Pei Ziyun took the slave contract from the servant and passed it to Kuseliya. Kuseli's hands trembled as she received the slave contract. She had worked so hard for so long just to regain her freedom. She sobbed and said, "Thank you, Prince Paris." When Pei Ziyun saw that everything was prepared, he lowered his voice and said to everyone present, "These are just my personal preparations. I have already obtained my father's approval to carry out the torch plan. Once Troy fails, this will be the capital for us to reignite. Father will also send some reliable people to join us. There won't be many, not more than 100 people. Back then, Father rebuilt the city of Troy from the ruins. Once Troy is destroyed in this war, we can rely on our capital to rebuild our city. We have to let the Greeks understand that even if they can defeat us and destroy our city, we have the confidence to rebuild it at any time. Other than Father and Mother, only you guys know about the torch plan. I hope you won't leak it out." "Yes," everyone replied. Most of these people were slaves that Pei Ziyun had bought, and their interests were tied to Pei Ziyun's. It could be said that they were bound together for good or bad, so there was no need to worry about information being leaked. As for the elite soldiers sent by the palace, although they had been carefully selected, they were not Pei Ziyun's own people after all. It was difficult to control them, so it was better to leave them in the city. Seeing that everything was prepared, he then turned to Helen and asked, "Helen, are you coming with us or are you staying in the city?" Helen thought about it and felt that it might not be safe to stay in the city. She said, "Together." Pei Ziyun nodded and said, "All right, Anon, bring everyone to Mount Ida and make it our base. If anything happens, we can pass through Mount Ida at any time, reach the opposite coast, and board a ship to leave Troy." Anon nodded and said, "Dear Paris, don't worry. I will definitely make it our safest base. No one is more familiar with Mount Ida than I am. If everyone follows me, I can guarantee that there will be no losses." What Anon said was true. She and Paris had grown up on Mount Ida, and no one was more familiar with them than she was. Retreating to Mount Ida would be safer. Pei Ziyun did not secretly build a base on Mount Ida at the beginning of the Trojan War. At that time, he still felt that there was hope of winning. However, after being expelled last time, he made arrangements for the failure of the war after returning. This was because Pei Zi-yun understood that the victory of the Greeks in the Battle of Troy was the ending of the script set by the gods. Although some subtle changes could be made to the script, the ending could not be changed so easily. When Troy was breached, there must be a place that could temporarily resist the pursuing Greeks, and Mount Ida became the first choice. It was a place with high mountains and dense forests, and the Greeks could not mobilize a large number of soldiers to launch an attack, let alone use large siege weapons. Therefore, the attack would be very limited, which would give the people who escaped from Troy a chance to breathe. Even if Mount Ida could not resist the Greeks' attack in the end, there were still ships arranged on the opposite side of Mount Ida that could go out to sea at any time. Therefore, Mt. Ida was a good place to attack and defend from. It's a pity that this is the world of the gods. Pei Zi-yun did not think that his plan could be hidden from the gods, so it was impossible to build a large base. The entire staff was reduced several times, and there were only about 100 people. Then retreat immediately. Pei Zi-yun waved his hand and ordered. Seeing that everyone had left, he fell into deep thought. It's impossible to move a large number of treasures. If the king understood my hint, he would break up the whole thing and hide some high-quality treasures and gold in more than a dozen locations. It would be difficult for the Greeks to dig them out one by one. However, these are actually small details. Mount Ida is high and dense, and it is impossible for the Greeks to mobilize a large number of soldiers to launch an attack, let alone use large machinery. However, the heroes can catch up. Therefore, to escape, we have to go through the Greek heroes. Not to mention anything else, the king of Sparta, Menelaus, will definitely catch up for Helen. If I were really rational, I would definitely leave Helen behind, but I won't do that. Unless she lets me down, I will never abandon her. Besides, I have worked so hard for so long, is it just to survive? Pei Zi-yun had been thinking hard, and gradually gained a lot of experience from the methods of the gods. Look, how do the gods face fate? They all go with fate first, but there are small changes in the process, leaving some leeway. When fate has generally reached its goal, there will be a turn. Look, Hercules was destined to have 12 great achievements, but after he was done, the gods immediately acted, not giving him time and opportunity to continue accumulating power. And continued to go with fate, letting Hercules ascend to Mount Olympus, and Hera even married Hebe to him. But in the blink of an eye, Hercules was expelled, and even the marriage with Hebe was in name only, and they could only see each other once in a long time. In this battle of Troy, Zeus did not directly overturn the ruling of fate. Fate said that the son of Thetis is more powerful than her father, so find a mortal to marry her. This is how the gods deal with fate. Chapter 637. At this point, someone from the palace came to report happily, Prince Paris, the king of Ethiopia, Memnon, is here. Oh, Memnon is here? Pei Zi-yun asked in surprise. If Memnon was here, it meant that the war was coming to an end. Go back and report that I will be here soon. The servant bowed and left to report back to the palace. Everyone looked at Pei Zi-yun, waiting for him to make up his mind. Someone asked, Prince Paris, do you still want to carry out the order? Pei Zi-yun did not want his plan to be interrupted by Memnon's arrival. Besides, Memnon's arrival would not change the fate of Troy. He said resolutely, carry out the plan immediately. Since Pei Zi-yun had already made up his mind, he could only carry it out. Pei Zi-yun brought everyone out of the mansion. There were already many chariots ready to go. Anon and Helen boarded the chariot. Basically everything that needed to be prepared was already in the chariot. My dear, you must take care of yourself, Anon said to Pei Zi-yun. Paris, take care. Helen said goodbye to Pei Zi-yun reluctantly. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head and watched as the war chariot left. Everyone took advantage of the darkness of the night to leave the city. As soon as they left, Pei Zi-yun boarded the war chariot and muttered to himself, "Now, I have nothing to worry about in Troy City. I can go all out." As he said this, he ordered, "To the palace." At the entrance of the palace, King Priam was already waiting for them. Many Trojan soldiers stood by the side, and a golden chariot was parked at the side. "Paris, let's go and welcome our respected ally, King Memnon of Ethiopia." Pei Zi-yun nodded and said, "Yes, father." The group slowly set off towards the secret pier of Troy. King Memnon of Ethiopia was the son of the goddess of dawn, Eos, and Prince Tenotus of Troy. He had set off for Troy a long time ago, but Ethiopia was rather far away, and he had only arrived now. Everyone rushed to the secret pier, and Pei Zi-yun saw a fleet slowly sailing towards them. The Trojan soldiers stood in 2 rows, and a red carpet was laid in the middle, welcoming the arrival of their ally. After a while, the ship docked, and Memnon and his soldiers disembarked. "My dear King Memnon of Ethiopia, welcome from afar," Priam said. Memnon was a burly man. He also saw Priam greeting him. He smiled and said, "Priam, King of Troy, thank you very much for your warm welcome." After that, the two of them gave each other a warm hug. "King Memnon, I am the Prince of Troy, Paris. Welcome." Pei Zi-yun stepped forward and said, "In such a situation, those who could support Troy were all loyal allies. They had shed their last drop of blood for Troy. Oh, Paris, I've heard of your name a long time ago. You were the one who abducted the Spartan king's queen, right?" After saying this, Memnon laughed out loud. Pei Zi-yun wasn't embarrassed and laughed along with him. After so much time had passed, everyone was able to remain calm when they talked about this matter. "King Memnon, we have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you in the palace. Please come with me, esteemed guest." Priam led Memnon to the golden chariot pulled by 4 fine horses. When the king was seated, the driver pulled the reins, and the chariot slowly moved towards the palace. The chariot stopped at the entrance of the palace. The majestic palace of Troy made Memnon say, "The palaces of Troy are indeed grander than ours." King Priam smiled and didn't say much. He held Memnon's hand and walked towards the banquet hall of the palace. In the banquet hall, the tables were filled with all sorts of delicacies. Fruits were placed neatly on trays, and sweet wine was filled to the brim with bronze wine pots. There were bards singing beautiful poems, and a group of dancers were dancing in the middle of the hall. Servants filed in, holding trays in their hand. They were all covered with white silk, and the contents of the trays couldn't be seen clearly. "King Memnon, these precious gifts are a small token of our appreciation. We hope you will accept them," Priam said. "King Priam, thank you very much for your warm hospitality, and thank you for your generous gifts," Memnon said. "Compared to these gifts, King Memnon, our friendship is the most precious. Haha, King Memnon, come, cheers for our friendship." Priam raised his golden cup full of wine and drank it in one gulp. Memnon also drank all the wine in his hand. After drinking, he didn't forget to tip the cup to show that he had drunk it all. "King Memnon, it must have been hard for you to cross mountains and rivers," Priam said. "King Priam, I can't say that it was hard, but this journey has broadened our horizons a lot. Since we set off from Ethiopia, this journey of mine." Memnon told everyone of his long journey from the coast to Mount Ida and the city of Troy. He told the story of his adventures on the road. There were a few times when Memnon was in danger, and the stories were breathtaking to the ears of the people around him. Priam listened with great interest and laughed heartily from time to time. The people around him were also fascinated, as if they were the next Memnon. He shook Memnon's hand warmly and said, "Memnon, I am so grateful that God gave me the honor to welcome you in the palace. You surpass all mortals and are more like God. Therefore, I am sure that you will join us to destroy our enemies." King Priam raised his cup again and drank to this new ally. Memnon admired the precious wine cup in his hand. It was a masterpiece of Hephaestus, and had become an heirloom of the Trojan royal family. Now it was one of the gift. Memnon looked at it for a while and looked away. He replied, "I don't want to brag or make promises at the banquet. A man can only show his true heroism on the battlefield." Well said, King Memnon. A real man can only show his bravery on the battlefield. No amount of talk in private can prove it, Priam said loudly. That's right, respected King of Troy. Now let us go to bed and rest. There is still an intense battle waiting for us tomorrow, and we need to conserve our energy to prepare for it. With that, the steady Menon stood up and was about to leave. Priam didn't expect Memnon to leave just like that, so he didn't force him to stay. After all, there was indeed a battle tomorrow. He said, "King Memnon, follow my servant to the guest room in the palace. These precious gifts will be delivered to you as well." Memnon nodded and left under the guidance of the palace servant. The other guests also followed Memnon out of the banquet. Priamus looked at Memnon's disappearing silhouette and swept his gaze across the hall. All the guests had left, and only he and Pei-Ziyun were left. His face darkened as he asked Pei-Ziyun, "Paris, can this powerful hero save us?" Although he wanted Memnon to be the one to save Troy, he was not. No one could save Troy. Pei-Ziyun shook his head and said firmly, "No." "Is that so?" King Priam was not disappointed. It was as if he had expected this result. After a long silence, he said, "When Hector was young, he was doted on by Apollo. He protected him many times on the battlefield. Because of this, when Hector died, I understood the fate of Troy. Although I had guessed it before, I could not accept this reality. Now, even the person who protected Troy has left me. What else can I not accept? Paris, I will leave everything in Troy to you." Pei-Ziyun sighed in his heart. He knew that after Hector died, Priam had lost his old ambitions. Now, he was like a tiger without teeth. He was no longer strong. Priam had once rebuilt Troy from the ruins. Now that Troy was about to be destroyed, he did not want his life's work to go down the drain. He hoped that Paris could take up this responsibility and rebuild Troy in the future when there was a suitable opportunity. Pei-Ziyun did not make any promises. He said, "Father, I hope you can write an order for Anroma to bring her son along with me. She has some prejudice against me." When Priam heard this, tears flowed down his face. He shouted, "Hector, did you hear that? You protected your brother with everything you had, and you are also protecting your son. Leave in peace. Don't worry about anything on the road. Paris will protect them, and he will continue to protect Troy." Priam's voice gradually became hoarse towards the end, until he could no longer make a sound, but his tears kept flowing nonstop. It was obvious that he was thinking of Hector, and was also sad for Troy's future. "Father, as long as I am still in Troy, I will protect it well. I will not let the enemy trample on it. Actually, I hope that you and Mother can retreat together. I am enough here." Priam shook his head and said, "Paris, Troy was built by me from the ruins. It is like all of you, my child. I will not give up on my child. Even if I cannot save it in the end, I will protect it with my life. Your mother has the same thoughts. We are all old and can stay. You are different. The future belongs to you young people. You have to shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding Troy. So if you can leave early, leave early." After saying this, Priam sighed softly and did not speak any more. He looked up at the starry sky and was in a daze. It was as if there was an answer he was looking for. Pei-Ziyun shook his head and turned to leave the palace. Chapter 638. Mount Olympus. Night shrouded the earth. The gods of Mount Olympus were still feasting in the central palace. The gods sat around Zeus, and in the middle was a thick red mist of blood. At this moment, the red mist was thicker than before, which meant that a large number of people had died in this war. While the food and wine on the table were consumed by the gods, new food, wine, and fresh fruits were automatically delivered to the hall through the bronze tripod with golden wheels made by Hephaestus. The gods were still discussing the war in Troy. During this period of time, the war in Troy could be said to be turbulent. Various key figures appeared and died. Some time ago, Hector had died, and now the gods were discussing which key figure would go to the realm of Hades next. The Battle of Troy was about to come to an end, and the gods could not allow any unpredictable mistakes to occur. Zeus had actually seen everything, including Paris's preparations. But it was just a mere 100 people, and he did not have the heart to care too much. Some time ago, the oracle made him feel like he was out of control for the first time. This feeling was not good, so he was much stricter this time than before. He tried his best not to let any uncontrollable factors happen. Zeus glanced at the gods present and said, "Some of you gods here care about the Greeks, and some care about the Trojans, but it is all in vain. There are still countless horses and soldiers on both sides who will be sacrificed on the battlefield. You worry about the safety of some people, but do not think that you can plead with me for their lives, because fate is just as merciless to me as it is to you." When the gods heard Zeus' words, they all felt a chill in their hearts, especially the mortals in this war who were close to the gods. They felt even more uneasy. The matter of the rainbow crown last time has not been clarified, and this time it is the oracle. You should know how harsh fate is to me. Since fate treats me so mercilessly and harshly, it will treat you the same. You must know this in your hearts. After Zeus finished speaking, he glanced at the gods around him again to see their reactions. Seeing that everyone was silent, he continued, "Since Memnon has come to Troy, let him extinguish the remaining light of Achilles' destiny and end this war as soon as possible." This war had been going on for more than 6 years, and both the gods and humans were tired. After the last bit of Achilles' destiny was extinguished, killing him would also end this war. But hearing Zeus' words, the goddess of dawn, Eos, did not look too good. Zeus did not care what the gods below thought. He turned to the silent Apollo and said, "Apollo, are you ready?" Last time, he left Apollo alone because he wanted Apollo to understand his determination to kill Achilles. Apollo, who was drinking alone, knew that Zeus was talking about Achilles, so he replied, "I'm ready. Once the light of his destiny is extinguished, I will kill him through Paris." Hearing Apollo's words, Zeus said, "Achilles is very powerful among mortals. Can you kill him with Paris's help? If you can't, then do it yourself. Paris is an excellent archer. If I give him enough power, he will be able to kill Achilles," Apollo said. Zeus nodded, obviously agreeing with Apollo's words. He believed that without the remaining light of fate, killing Achilles would not be difficult. "Everyone, this war has been going on for too long and too many people have died. I know that many children of the gods have died in this war, including a few of my sons. But it's all worth it. After this war, we will have a long peace. Come, let us drink to the peace that is coming." After saying that, he picked up the wine cup on the table and drained it in one gulp. The other gods also drained the wine in their cup. Because of Zeus' warning, the atmosphere of the banquet was very gloomy. The gods were all thinking about their own matters, drinking wine and eating delicious food in silence. They did not talk much. After a while, the banquet ended. None of the gods dared to go against Zeus' will, so they quietly left the banquet hall. Hera heard everything Zeus said and knew what he was thinking. She called out to Athena, who was about to leave, and said, "Ask Hercules to prepare his divine bow and give Greece a hero. He will follow fate and shoot an arrow at Paris at the critical moment. Apollo still wants to use Paris to kill Achilles. Won't that affect it?" Athena asked. "Then shoot the arrow at Paris after he kills Achilles. This is fate's arrangement and it must be shot. I believe that there are gods who follow fate." Athena nodded in agreement. Now that the war of Troy was about to end, Paris would have no value if Achilles was dead. It was reasonable to kill him, and no god would protect him. When Paris gave the golden apple to Aphrodite, the goddess of love, it planted a thorn in Hera and Athena's hearts. Although they had used various means to effectively reduce their resentment, Hera still did not intend to let Paris go at the critical moment. The last time Kokosnos was hit by Hercules' poisonous arrow, it was enough to take his life. This time, if he were to use the poisonous arrow against Paris again, Paris would most likely die. However, his wife, Anon, would save him. This was fate's arrangement, but whether or not it could be achieved depended on whether the gods were willing to let it go. The next morning, the goddess of dawn, Eos, reluctantly rose into the sky because she had also heard Zeus' words and knew the fate of her beloved son, Memnon. To extinguish the afterglow of Achilles' fate, she could only fill it with Memnon's life. This was something the goddess of dawn did not want to see. However, the war of Troy had been going on for so long, and many of the gods' children had died. Even Zeus' son had died. There was no reason why her son could not die. She had no choice but to accept the arrangement. No matter how unwilling she was, the dawn still had to rise. In the guest room of Troy's palace, Memnon woke up. After a long and arduous journey, he had finally had a good night's sleep. This made him very satisfied. However, there was a huge battle today. Memnon reluctantly climbed out of bed and put on his armor. He tightened the belt on his armor, sheathed his sword at his waist, and walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw Pei-Zi-Yun walking towards him from afar. Memnon smiled and said, "My dear Prince Paris, I am honored that you could come to see me so early. King Memnon, I came here this time to discuss something with you. That's why I came early. I'm afraid I won't have the time to meet you on the battlefield." Pei-Zi-Yun smiled bitterly. "What is it?" Memnon raised an eyebrow as he spoke. "It's like this. You know that Achilles is very strong. Although many people are not his match, we still have to fight him to the death." "That's right." Memnon nodded. "But I feel that we shouldn't fight him right from the start. We should try our best to kill the other heroes before we fight him. What do you think?" Pei-Zi-Yun said. He knew that as long as Achilles was alive, he would receive special protection. If he was in danger, Apollo would help him. The gods would not allow him to die either. Once Achilles died, he would lose all his value. Why not take this opportunity to go on a killing spree? First, he would eliminate the Greek heroes. This way, he could increase his own strength and delay Achilles' death. This would allow him to be more prepared. As for the gods, since they were about to reveal their true intentions, they wouldn't mind killing a few more. In the past, he was restricted in killing people. Now, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. He could kill as he pleased, as long as Achilles was still alive. "Paris, I'll take your suggestion." Memnon was a steady king. He immediately agreed to Pei-Zi-Yun's suggestion. This was how the art of war worked. First eliminate the weak, then focus your strength to deal with the strong. And the best thing about following Pei-Zi-Yun's plan was that the risk was reduced. After all, everyone knew that Achilles was very strong. Fighting him would naturally be risky. Although Achilles was strong, Memnon felt that he wasn't weak either. But if he eliminated the Greek heroes first, then everyone would focus on Achilles. Then, Achilles wouldn't be his match. The strong would definitely slash at the weak. Only the weak would challenge the strong. Even if they had to fight against the strong, they had to use tactics to create an advantage. "Then shall we fight together on the battlefield today?" Memnon asked. The prince in front of him had a good strategy. He wondered how brave he was. "I came here today not only to give you this suggestion, but also to fight alongside you," Pei-Zi-Yun said immediately. "Haha, good. Let's fight alongside each other today. Come, let's gather outside the palace," Memnon said excitedly. Pei-zi-yun asked Memnon to fight alongside him because he wanted a strong hero to cover for him. He could use his bow and arrow to kill these heroes. This was undoubtedly the fastest way to kill them. Not long after, Memnon gathered his troops. The warriors and heroes of Troy were also gathered in the army camp. Chariots drove in front. Rows of soldiers followed the chariots towards the outskirts of the city. At this moment, the city gates opened. The chariots and soldiers exited the city gates. The chariots were lined up neatly. The soldiers held long spears in their hands and took firm steps towards the camp of the Greeks. On the other side, the Greeks also knew that today's battle was different. This was the battle that would decide the victor. Under the leadership of Achilles and many other Greek heroes, the warriors also marched towards the direction of the city of Troy with firm steps. The battle between the two sides was about to begin. Chapter 639. Kill. The Greeks and Trojans clashed. Spears danced in the air, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The battle reached its climax in an instant. A Greek citizen stabbed a spear into the chest of a Trojan citizen, and fresh blood flowed down the spear. Before the citizen could pull out the spear from the chest of the Trojan citizen who had been stabbed to death, another spear pierced through the body of the Greek citizen from behind. The Trojans were divided into small groups of 3, and they fought together. This was the formation that Pei-zi-yun had taught the Trojans. Even if the number of Greek citizens was twice that of a 3-man team, they would not be able to defeat them. Later on, the Greeks learned to fight in small groups. Now, the battlefield was filled with 3-man teams killing each other. If they were separated, they would be easily killed. The Greek and Trojan heroes did not have to follow this rule. They fought back and forth on the battlefield, but the ordinary citizens formed into small groups of 3, and it was not as easy to kill as before. The citizens of both sides fought hard, and the heroes fought bravely. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. An arrow flew towards the chariot, but Achilles did not even look at it. When the arrow reached its target, there was a cracking sound, and the tip of the arrow broke. How could ordinary iron or bronze harm Achilles, who was wearing godly armor? With a throw of the spear, the Trojan who shot the arrow died immediately. The chariot rolled past, and no one could stop it. It was invincible, and the nearby Trojans all died under Achilles' spear. There was a large empty space around Achilles. Everyone was far away from him, and in order to kill more Trojans, Achilles took the initiative to look for Trojans. Pei-zi-yun could see the invincible Achilles from afar. He and Men-nong had decided not to fight Achilles for the time being. Pei-zi-yun then whispered to Men-nong, "It's Achilles, let's go around him." Men-nong nodded and looked at Achilles, who was like a god of war in the distance. Although he was looking forward to fighting him, he had already made a deal with Pei-zi-yun. Hence, he didn't go looking for trouble with Achilles. Instead, he and Pei-zi-yun circled around the area where Achilles was. Along the way, the two of them killed many Greeks and met an old man. Pei-zi-yun could tell at a glance that the old man was Nestor. Nestor was the son of Neleus, and Neleus was the son of the sea god. Pei-zi-yun knew that the god's love would only extend to his grandson's generation. After that, the god's love would fade. At this time, Nestor was standing on a chariot and fighting. There were no Trojan heroes around him, and ordinary Trojan citizens could not resist Nestor's attack. Nestor did not see Pei-zi-yun and Men-nong rushing towards him. Pei-zi-yun knocked an arrow and shot it towards Nestor. However, the arrow missed its mark and landed on the warhorse pulling the chariot. Swish! The old man's warhorse was hit in the head by Pei-zi-yun's arrow. The warhorse neighed loudly as it fell to the ground. The chariot was forced to a stop as well. Memnon raised his spear and rushed over from afar. The old man was shocked and knew that he was no match for Memnon. He quickly called for his son, Antirokos. "I'm coming." Antirokos heard his father's call and rushed over. He used his body to cover his father, Nestor, and threw the spear at Memnon. Swish! The spear rapidly flew towards Memnon. Seeing the spear flying towards him, Memnon quickly dodged to the side. His heart was filled with rage. He hadn't even made a move yet, but he had been blocked by a Greek with a spear. He was about to catch up and kill this Greek with the spear in his hand. Swish! At this moment, an arrow flew towards Antirokos. Antirokos was caught off guard and was shot in the heart. Pooh! Blood immediately flowed out from the wound and dyed Antirokos' armor red. Antirokos let out a blood-curdling scream as his body swayed and fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Antirokos! Nestor cried out in pain. He never thought that Antirokos would be killed so easily. He never thought that his brave son would not die in a fair battle, but by Paris with a sneak attack. Despicable Paris! Do you only know how to kill your enemies with sneak attacks? Nestor glared at Paisiun. Nestor, as long as you can kill your enemies on the battlefield, it doesn't matter what tool you use, Paisiun said loudly. Besides, you are already old. Why do you still want to fight? Nestor clenched his fist. He was extremely angry at Paisiun's shameless words. But at this moment, Memnon was almost in front of him. Facing danger, he quickly called for his son, Trasmodes, to help. Trasmodes heard his father's cry for help and rushed over. But because he was quite far away, he could not catch up in a short time. Memnon wanted to stab his enemy with his spear, but when he saw the wrinkled and white-haired Nestor, he said, "Old man, I can't fight you. When we were far away, you were very brave. I thought you were a young warrior, so I aimed at you. But now I can see clearly that you are an old man. Leave the battlefield quickly, I can't bear to kill you." Nestor took a few steps back and said, "Don't think that I will forgive you just because you let me go. My son Antirokos was killed by you. I will never be able to wash away my hatred for you. Old man, you should leave quickly. If you want revenge, I will accompany you anytime. But if you wave your spear at us again, you will stay on the battlefield forever." Nestor did not say much. He knew that he was no match for the two of them. Under the cover of his son, Trasmodes, who had rushed over, he rushed towards Achilles and shouted for help. "Great Achilles, come and save us," Nestor said. "My poor boy Antirokos has been killed by two despicable Trojans." Achilles heard Nestor's cry for help and said, "Poor Nestor, take me there. I will kill those two Trojans for you." With that, he followed Nestor as fast as he could to the battlefield. "What a pity! If only you had killed Nestor." Paisiun thought to himself. He did not kill Nestor because he did not want to offend the gods. Even if he had to reveal his true intentions, he could not afford to offend too many gods. After all, after he became a god, it was hard to say whether he would leave. If he stayed, he would still have to deal with these gods. Hercules was a negative example. He had offended many gods and was banished from Mount Olympus. However, Memnon did not have to worry about this when he killed Nestor. Memnon would not be able to live long in this war. This was the most important thing. Why would a dead person need to worry about the wrath of the gods? As for the problem of the soul, Memnon's mother was the goddess of dawn and could protect him. Besides, it was not easy for ordinary gods to interfere in the domain of Hades. However, if you were not an old man, even if you had some connections, I would have killed you immediately. Paisiun looked at Nestor and knew that he had asked Achilles for help. He could not delay, or else Achilles would rush over. He said decisively, "Memnon, Achilles will be here soon. There is no need to strip Antirokos' body. Let's follow the plan and change direction again." Memnon was a little depressed. According to his personality, he would not retreat from anyone. However, since he had already agreed to Paisiun's suggestion, he could only leave with Paisiun and change direction. Where are the enemies? Achilles rushed over under the guidance of Nestor, but he did not find Memnon and Pei-zi-yun. He only saw the corpse of Antirokos, and could only order people to collect Antirokos' body. Nestor looked at the corpse of his son Antirokos and felt sad. He said to Achilles, "Achilles, Antirokos did not die in a direct confrontation. He was killed by an arrow from Paris." "Nestor, I sympathize with your tragic experience. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge Antirokos." With these words, Nestor felt a little more relieved. However, the seed of hatred towards Pei-zi-yun had been planted. If Antirokos had been killed by Pei-zi-yun on the battlefield, although Nestor would also be angry, he would not be so sad. However, the despicable Trojans had killed Antirokos with an arrow. This was something that he could not let go of. Pei-zi-yun pulled Memnon to an area of the battlefield. The fighting was also very fierce. A few Greek citizens rushed forward, intending to attack Pei-zi-yun and Memnon. However, before Pei-zi-yun could do anything, Memnon had already pounced forward. Memnon's anger from avoiding Achilles was now being vented on the Greek. Pu-pu-pu. 3 consecutive sounds of spears piercing into flesh could be heard. Before the 3 Greek citizens could fully react, they were quickly killed by Memnon. When the surrounding Greek citizens saw Memnon's bravery, they immediately retreated away from the area where Memnon and Pei-zi-yun were standing, leaving a large empty space. This was also good. Without other Greek citizens pestering him, it was more convenient for Pei-zi-yun to observe the battlefield. He immediately used his sharp eyes to scan the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to find a valuable target. At this moment, his eyes fell on someone. That person was massacring the Trojans in the distance. He looked like a very powerful Greek hero, and was exactly the target that Pei-zi-yun was looking for. Among the Greek heroes, as long as it was not Achilles and a few heroes who were especially close to the gods, all the other heroes were targets. He said to Memnon, "Let's go and kill them." Chapter 640. Look, Memnon, that's great Ajax, a very powerful hero of the Greek coalition. He's killing our warriors. Let's go and kill him. As long as we kill him, the Greeks will lose a powerful ally. There was a hint of excitement in Pei-zi-yun's words. Big and small Ajax and Diomedes were heroes on par with Hector. As long as he killed any one of them, even without Antirokos, he would be able to reach the 10th level of his hero bloodline. Furthermore, Athena's care for great Ajax was not as great as Odysseus's. In history, great Ajax and Odysseus fought over the inheritance of Achilles. In the end, great Ajax wanted to kill all the Greeks. However, he was bewitched by Athena and committed the shameful act of killing a flock of sheep. He had no choice but to commit suicide. It was relatively easier for Pei-zi-yun to kill great Ajax, and it would not attract the ire of the gods. "All right, let's kill him together," Memnon said happily. He did not care if these heroes were powerful or not. As long as he could fight them, Memnon's blood would boil, and his heart would be filled with the desire to fight. Instantly, Memnon lifted his spear and charged towards big Ajax, who was still fighting fiercely in the distance. Before he even got close to big Ajax, he had already thrown his spear at it. Swoosh! The spear turned into a green lightning, and with a whistling sound, it cut through the sky and reached great Ajax in an instant. Bang! Great Ajax placed the shield in front of his chest to block the spear that was thrown at him. The spear penetrated the layers of defense of the shield, and the tip of the spear continued to pierce towards great Ajax's body. Great Ajax was a veteran of hundreds of battles. A flash of surprise flashed in his heart, but he did not panic. He quickly dodged and nimbly dodged the spear. He looked into the distance and saw the king of Ethiopia, Memnon. Although great Ajax had never seen Memnon before, from the impact of the spear, he knew that this person must be a difficult opponent. Damn it, Hector is dead, and now an even more terrifying hero has come. Is the ally of Troy not enough to kill him? At the same time, Memnon picked up another spear from the ground and rushed towards great Ajax. Great Ajax pulled out the spear from his shield, roared, and rushed towards Memnon. The distance between the two of them quickly shortened. When Memnon was about 2 meters away from Big Ajax, the long spear in his hand was already aimed straight at Big Ajax's chest. Clang! Great Ajax lightly parried with his spear, deflecting Memnon's incoming spear. Then, Great Ajax continued to stab forward with his spear. Bang! Memnon raised the shield in his hand to block Great Ajax's spear that was coming at him from a tricky angle. The tip of the spear had just pierced through the shield when it lost its strength and could no longer move forward. Memnon did not let go of the opportunity. He hurriedly retracted the spear that had missed its target and thrust it towards Great Ajax once again. Bang! Similarly, Great Ajax used the shield in his hand to block Memnon's spear. However, there was a hole in the shield. When the spear collided with the shield, it slid along the shield and stabbed towards Great Ajax through the hole. Great Ajax quickly dodged to the side and avoided the unexpected tip of the spear. He snorted coldly and spun his shield, causing the spear to spin along with it, causing Memnon's spear to fall out of his hand. The spear in Great Ajax's hand was also thrown out by Memnon using the same method. Both the spear and shield in their hands were discarded at the same time. Clang! Both of them pulled out their long swords from their waists at almost the same time. They looked at each other and saw the strong desire to fight in each other's eyes. Kill! Kill! Both of them shouted again and charged towards each other with their long swords. Big Ajax was the first to stab the longsword in his hand at Memnon. Memnon did not show any signs of weakness. He lifted the longsword in his hand and deflected Big Ajax's attack. Big Ajax could no longer pose any threat to Memnon. Meanwhile, the longsword in his hand flashed with a cold light and slashed horizontally at Big Ajax. Clang! Great Ajax retracted his long sword and raised it in front of his chest to block Memnon's slash. Memnon moved his feet and the long sword turned in an arc and slashed towards Great Ajax's shoulder. Great Ajax did not dare to underestimate the rapid slash of the sword. It dodged to the right and stabbed at Memnon's face. Memnon's sword had already been thrust out, so he did not have time to defend himself. He dodged to the right and barely dodged the sword. Great Ajax took a step forward and slashed his long sword at Memnon's neck. Clang! Another crisp sound of collision was heard. The battle was getting more and more intense. Only the two of them who were in the battle knew the danger clearly. A little carelessness could lead to death under the sword of the other. However, they could feel that Memnon was gradually gaining the upper hand. Up until now, I'm very clear. Achilles can be said to be the #1 hero. Even Hercules only has a slight upper hand. Great Ajax and Diomedes are actually the second tier. Their true strength is above Hector. If they were to fight one-on-one, without the help of the gods, the possibility of Hector dying would be higher. So if there was no script, even if Achilles did not come, Great Ajax and Diomedes would have a chance to break through Troy. But because of the script, under the command of fate and the gods, many of Troy's allies died on the battlefield one by one. Pei Ziyun had been quietly watching the battle between the two of them. Memnon was calm and steady, but he had a resolute personality. Initially, he did not want to interfere in the battle. However, at this moment, Achilles had already rushed over while shouting something. He knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, if Achilles rushed over, he would not have any chance to kill Great Ajax. Pei Ziyun quickly took out his bow, took out an arrow from his quiver, and knocked the arrow on the bowstring. Taking advantage of the battle between Great Ajax and Memnon, Pei Ziyun continuously shot out 3 consecutive arrows while Memnon and Big Ajax was being defeated. The speed of the consecutive arrows was extremely fast. It was almost like they were shot at the fierce battle with the force of thunder. Dang! Big Ajax felt threatened. It used its longsword to deflect one of the arrows. However, it was powerless to defend against the next 2 arrows that came its way. Pew! The 2 arrows hit great Ajax's shoulder and right leg. Great Ajax cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Despicable Paris! Ajax the Great roared. Memnon saw that great Ajax was injured by Paesion's arrows. His eyebrows furrowed for a moment before relaxing. He did not go forward to kill great Ajax, but in his heart, he had some opinions about Paris. Paris looks like a straightforward man, but at the crucial moment, he still can't get away from scheming. Memnon did not want to kill great Ajax at this moment, but Paesion needed strength to level up. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He did not care about Memnon's thoughts. He immediately raised his long spear and rushed towards great Ajax, who was lying on the ground. The long spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced towards great Ajax's chest. Great Ajax used the last bit of his strength and used the long sword in his hand to block the incoming spear. Humph! Paesion snorted coldly. The long spear in his hand shook and knocked away the long sword that blocked his long spear. Once again, he used all his strength to stab towards great Ajax's chest. Pooh! The tip of the long spear pierced deep into great Ajax's heart. Paesion did not hesitate and pulled out the spear. Blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. Great Ajax's body trembled and immediately died. Paris, how dare you! Achilles shouted. He knew that great Ajax's life was in danger. He threw the long spear in his hand. The long spear pierced through the sky and attacked Paesion. However, Paesion lightly dodged and avoided the powerful spear. He desperately needed to level up. Not to mention great Ajax, if the time was right, he did not want to let go of the power of little Ajax. I made the right bet. Now that the Battle of Troy is nearing its end, not only me, but many heroes in the Greek camp have actually lost their value. Some people who are heavily favored by the gods will even receive support. But for those who are not deeply favored and can die or not, it's all up to fate. If I had used this earlier, even if I wanted to use this method to kill great Ajax, I would still be interfered with. But now I have succeeded. Be it the Greeks or the Trojans, it's time for a curtain call. Paesion looked at Achilles, who was rushing towards him, and laughed coldly in his heart. However, he did not say anything. He just stood there quietly, as if he was not afraid of Achilles' approach. When Achilles saw the corpse, he was immediately enraged. He rushed over and saw that Paesion had disregarded his warning and killed Ajax. His eyes were filled with regret and hatred. Paris, I regret letting you go. You shot arrows and killed the righteous and brave heroes of the Greeks many times. Now you have killed great Ajax. You have to die. But since you have returned Patroclus's body, I still have my promise. When you die, I will give you a proper burial. Achilles, then I thank you for your kindness, but your opponent now is not me. As he said this, Paesion took a step back. That's right. Not far away, Memnon picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Achilles. Bam! The stone hit Achilles' armor and bounced off. Achilles turned his head to look at Memnon, the anger in his heart spilling out. After Hector's suicide, Achilles' prestige among the Greeks was like the sun in the sky. Even the commander had to avoid him. Now, someone dared to throw a stone at him. This was a humiliation to him. You? Very well, I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. Achilles pointed his finger at Memnon and said angrily. His chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that he was completely enraged by Memnon. Paris, I will let you go for now. I will settle the score with you later, Achilles said. In his eyes, Paris was just a guy who shot arrows at him. He could deal with him at any time. And the feeling of a hero made him feel that Memnon was terrifying. Hector is dead, and Troy has a new strong hero? What a pity, all of you have to die. Achilles shouted, full of confidence. He jumped off the chariot, picked up a spear from the ground, and threw it at Memnon. Paesion shook his head and laughed. He did not care about Achilles' threat at all. Wait a minute, it was still unknown who would kill who. Chapter 641. The spear that Achilles threw was like a bolt of lightning. In a flash, it arrived in front of Memnon. Memnon had no time to react, and could only raise his shield. The spear pierced through the shield and stabbed Memnon's shoulder. Memnon grunted. Ignoring the injury on his shoulder, he raised the spear in his hand. With a whistling sound, the spear stabbed towards Achilles. Facing the spear, Achilles did not dare to be careless. His body flashed, but he could not dodge in time. The spear pierced his arm. Blood immediately flowed from his arm and slowly dripped to the ground. Memnon saw that Achilles had been stabbed by his spear and shouted excitedly, "Poor guy, although you have some achievements, standing in front of you now is the son of a god. You are no match for him. Because my mother, Eos, is the goddess of Olympus. She is 10 times better than your mother, Thetis." Achilles did not care about the wound on his arm and let it flow. But after a while, the wound stopped bleeding, and a layer of blood formed on his arm. He said to Memnon, "Stranger, although you are also very strong, the final outcome will tell you who is born more noble between us." With that, Achilles gripped his spear tightly with both hands. Memnon also gripped his spear tightly. The two looked at each other and rushed at each other, facing each other, and began fighting. Memnon's spear pierced towards Achilles. This time, Achilles was prepared. His shield was already in front of him to block the attack. Clang! The spear pierced through the 5 layers of defense of Achilles' shield. It went straight through the entire shield, and continued to stab forward, stabbing into the armor with a crisp clang. Achilles saw that his armor had blocked Memnon's spear, and Memnon's spear was stuck in his shield. Achilles did not want to give up this opportunity. The spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards Memnon's chest. Memnon blocked it with his shield, and his whole body flashed, dodging the spear that had pierced through the shield. At this time, Memnon had already pulled out the spear in his hand, and once again with great power, it stabbed towards Achilles' face. Achilles raised his shield to block the spear. The two of them exchanged blows back and forth. The shields in their hands were already riddled with holes. Both of them threw down their shields and continued to attack each other. Without the protection of their shields, the battle between the two of them became even more dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to the other party's spear piercing through them. A body that is impervious to swords and spears will always have its limit. Even when facing the weapons of gods, one will still be injured. However, the reason why the weapons of gods are called weapons of gods is because they are mysterious. Paesion looked at the shield that he had tossed aside. Although it couldn't completely defend against the attacks, it was still a tool of the gods. However, it was still wriggling and slowly recovering. Kind of like the weapons and armor of the Saint Seiya. Mount Olympus Zeus sat on his throne and watched the battle between Achilles and Memnon in the red mist. Although Achilles and Memnon were fighting fiercely, there was no clear winner. Zeus stood up, took out a golden scale, and placed the life and death weights on it. One was Achilles and the other was Memnon. Zeus began to weigh them. The two weights were locked in a stalemate. After a while, Memnon leaned towards Hades. Zeus nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned to Hermes and said, "Go and invite the goddesses of fate over." Hermes nodded his head and turned to leave. Before long, Hermes led the 3 goddesses of fate into the hall. The 3 goddesses of fate spoke to Zeus. "Great Zeus, I wonder what instructions do you have for us to come here?" Zeus drained his cup of wine in one gulp and pointed at the red mist. "Look, Achilles and Memnon are locked in a stalemate. Let fate help Achilles and kill Memnon. This will also extinguish the light of Achilles' fate. Yes, with the help of fate, Achilles will kill Memnon." The goddess of fate looked at the scale and announced the result. Boom! With these words, death descended upon Memnon, and light descended upon Achilles. The gods saw this and cried out loudly. Some cried out in joy, while others cried out in sorrow. But no matter how much they cried out, they couldn't change Zeus' mind. Achilles and Memnon were still locked in a fierce battle on the ground, and didn't sense the goddess of fate approaching. At this moment, Memnon suddenly felt his heart go numb, and his entire body stiffened. How could Achilles let go of this opportunity? He thrust his spear forward and easily pierced through Memnon's chest. The tip of the spear came out from his back. Puff! Achilles pulled out the spear, and blood spurted out from Memnon's chest like a fountain. Memnon froze for a moment and raised his hand in front of him, as if he wanted to grab something, but he couldn't grab anything. Bang! Memnon's body fell heavily and smashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. A great hero, King Memnon of Ethiopia, died on the battlefield of Troy just like that. The surrounding Greeks saw that Memnon, who was fighting with Achilles, was killed by Achilles' spear, and they let out a huge cheer. The godlike Achilles is invincible. This was a great morale boost for the Greek. This powerful Trojan had been killed by Achilles, and no one in Troy would be a match for Achilles. On the other hand, the Trojans were the opposite. Seeing that Memnon was able to fight against the invincible Achilles for so long on the battlefield, and his strength was even on par with Achilles, the Trojans who were originally wavering had a glimmer of hope in their hearts again. Now that Memnon, who had been fighting with Achilles for so long, was suddenly killed by Achilles, many of the Trojans were filled with fear. Retreat, retreat, run, let's go back to Troy, where the power of God is protecting us. The Greeks can't attack us. Many of the Trojans saw that the situation was not good, and turned around to escape back to Troy. The two sides were originally evenly matched, but after Memnon was killed, the Trojans completely collapsed. Kill, kill every single one of the Trojans! The Greeks excitedly chased after the fleeing Trojans. This made some of the Greeks think of the Trojans chasing after them. When Achilles did not participate in the battle, he was forced into a desperate situation. Now it was the opposite. Achilles, who had killed Memnon, felt very tired. He panted and looked towards where Pei-Ziyun was standing, but did not see him. He knew that he had escaped again. Paris, don't even think of escaping. Today I will make sure that you die under my spear. Achilles was enraged and looked around. Finally, he saw Paris on the road to Troy. He immediately ordered, Automodon, chase after him and kill Paris. At this point, the gods Masantos and Belias could feel their misfortune, and started crying. Automodon also felt the same way and said, Godlike Achilles, you are still immortal. After killing Memnon, you are already very tired and injured. You should rest for today and fight again in the future. Achilles replied, My heart is filled with anger, and I hate that despicable Paris. Today I must kill him. As he said this, he ordered Automodon to chase after him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Pei-Ziyun hurriedly escaped back to Troy. He did not have the power to save Memnon, because Memnon's death was decided by the gods. Especially when the goddess of destiny approached, he knew that Memnon would definitely die. Since the gods had already interfered, he did not continue to stay there. Instead, he slowly retreated, no longer paying attention to the battle between them. Indeed, after a short while, Achilles, with the help of the goddess of destiny, easily killed Memnon. At this point, the goddess of dawn, Eos, rushed to the battlefield with a face full of tears. She saw her son Memnon's corpse lying quietly on the ground, and her heart was filled with grief. God of wind, go and bring my son Memnon's corpse back to his hometown. The goddess of dawn, Eos, commanded the god of wind to sweep the ground and bring Memnon's corpse away. The god of wind nodded and pounced down, transforming into a gust of wind that instantly snatched Memnon's corpse from the ground. It then swept it up into the sky, flying towards Memnon's hometown. Memnon's corpse's fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Achilles, who was in hot pursuit of Paseion, did not notice that a gust of wind had swept Memnon's corpse away. At this point, he only had eyes for Paseion. Ever since Paseion had killed many Greek heroes with his arrows, and even killed Ajax in front of him, he had made Paseion a target that he had to kill. At this moment, he was chasing after Paseion. From Achilles' point of view, Paris was dead without a doubt under his spear. At this point, Apollo had already descended to the walls of Troy. His body was hidden, and mortals could not see him. He looked coldly at Achilles, who was pouncing towards him. After killing Memnon, the afterglow of Achilles' destiny is already like burnt charcoal. It may seem bright, but in reality, it will be extinguished in the blink of an eye. Should I kill it myself, or should I borrow Paris's hand? Just as Apollo was deep in thought, the panicked Trojans fled all the way. The faster ones escaped directly into the city of Troy, while the slower ones were chased by the Greeks all the way to the city gates. However, they could no longer enter Troy. The Trojans inside the city saw the flood of Greeks, and quickly closed the city gates to prevent the Greeks from taking the opportunity to attack. This huge city was the last barrier of Troy. If it was breached, Troy would be completely destroyed. As soon as Paseion stepped into the city of Troy, he immediately felt Apollo's power on the city walls. He immediately knew that time was up. He turned around and looked at Achilles, who had been chasing after him, and thought to himself, "Achilles, today is the day you die." Achilles had always been ruthless on the battlefield. Hector had died by his hands, Memnon had died by his hands, and many Trojan heroes had died by his hands as well. He could not kill them, because the time was not ripe. But now the time was ripe. Chapter 642. Achilles was furious as he watched Paris escape into the city of Troy. He had promised to avenge Nestor's son, Antilochus, and so many heroes of Greece had died to Paris's arrows. This made him determined to kill Paris. However, the gates of Troy were now closed and he could not enter Troy. But Achilles was not a person who would give up easily. "Fine, let me overthrow the entire city gate and completely destroy Troy." Achilles did not stop moving forward. He rushed towards the gate because he was confident in his strength. He believed that he could smash the gate open with his own strength. Only someone as brave as him would dare to think of this. After all, smashing a gate protected by divine power was the power of a god. "Get out of the way, you cowardly Trojans!" Achilles was prepared to destroy the gate and break the gateposts so that the Greeks could enter Troy. So he raised his spear and stabbed the Trojans who could not enter. At this moment, Apollo, who was carrying a quiver full of 100-shot arrows, threatened Achilles with a thunderous voice, "Son of Peleus, quickly release the Trojans and retreat as soon as possible. You must be careful, or else a god will take your life." Achilles could tell that this was the voice of a god, but he was now full of confidence and was not afraid. He ignored the warning and replied loudly, "Why do you always protect the Trojans? Are you forcing me to fight against a god? Last time, you helped Hector escape death. I was very angry because of that. Now I advise you to return to the gods. Otherwise, even if you are a god, my spear will definitely pierce you." As he said that, he killed all the Trojans around him and pushed the city gate heavily. With a boom, the city gate gave off a loud clang sound as it was pushed. Mount Olympus Zeus looked at Achilles' actions in the red mist. Especially when he said that he wanted to fight against a god, Zeus' face was so gloomy that it could drip water. The expressions of the gods were also very cold. Achilles' arrogance of not putting the gods in his eyes caused the gods to hate him even more. A god stepped forward and said, "Great Zeus, fearsome god, Achilles is so arrogant and arrogant. I suggest that we kill him immediately and throw his soul into hell so that he can suffer for eternity." When Zeus heard this suggestion, his heart stirred. He looked at the godly spirits present and saw that none of them responded, so he didn't directly agree to this suggestion. Hera picked up a grape, peeled it, and put it into Zeus's mouth. She said slowly, "My dear, although Achilles is hateful, he is still the son of Thetis. Thetis has pleaded with you several times, but you have not agreed to let him go. And his crimes are not enough to banish him to Tartarus for eternity. You just have to allow Apollo to kill him. Well, let's go with that. Apollo is about to make his move." As Zeus said this, he looked at the red mist. On the ground, Apollo was furious when he heard Achilles' words. Achilles' behavior was undoubtedly a provocation and contempt, and it was a challenge to the entire divine class. Not to mention Apollo, even the gods would not tolerate a mortal provoking them. Achilles had undoubtedly crossed the line of the gods. Apollo took the divine bow from his back and took out an arrow from his quiver. He said angrily, "Arrogant Achilles, do you think that just because you are invincible among the mortals, you can challenge the gods? Perhaps Diomedes' act of stabbing the gods has given you mortals the confidence to think that the gods can be challenged, but those who blaspheme the gods must die." Pei Ziyun, who was quickly climbing up the city wall, heard Apollo's words and understood that Achilles' words had completely angered Apollo. If not for the oracle, Diomedes, who is under the protection of Athena, might have been able to return alive. But with the oracle, the tolerance of the gods who are threatened has been greatly reduced. Diomedes' act of stabbing the gods is something that the gods cannot tolerate. The fates of these people have been decided. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun smiled. The fates of these people had been arranged by him. He had obtained the opportunity to kill them one by one. Now, the first thing he had to do was to kill Achilles. Pei Ziyun climbed up the city walls and raised both of his hands high up in the air. He prayed piously, "O great Apollo, the protector of Troy, the god of accuracy. If you ever protected my brother Hector, then let me kill our enemy Achilles." Apollo, who had wanted to draw his bow and shoot Achilles, heard this and had an idea. Apollo had also attended Peleus' wedding. Like the other gods, he had also blessed Achilles. Now that he was protecting the Trojans and had killed Peleus' only son, it was a little inexcusable. Although he had no other choice, he had no qualms about killing Peleus' only son. But it was good that someone had done it for him. Originally, Apollo had wanted Paris to kill Achilles. It was just that Achilles' words had angered him, and he had wanted to kill him himself. Now that Paris was praying to him to kill Achilles, all he had to do was borrow Paris' hands to do it. Thinking of this, Apollo pointed his finger at Pei Ziyun. There was a buzzing sound, and a large amount of divine power instantly entered Pei Ziyun's body. Pei Ziyun knew that Apollo had answered his prayers and given him the power to kill Achilles. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He quickly found a high platform nearby and stood on it. Pei Ziyun took a bow from the chariot and pulled the bowstring. Twang! The bowstring made a crisp sound, and Pei Ziyun nodded in satisfaction. With this bow, he would be able to kill Achilles. Pei Ziyun retrieved an arrow from his quiver. The tip of the arrow was shaped like a triangular cone, and it was made out of an exquisitely crafted bronze arrowhead. He placed the bronze arrowhead on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring. He held his breath and focused his attention on Achilles, who was charging through the city gate. Gradually, the power of the gods gathered at the tip of the arrow, and it shone like a star. Achilles, who had always been sharp and alert, did not know that he was about to die. His heart was still filled with fanaticism, and he continued to pound on the city gates, causing them to shake violently. Achilles is dead meat. Pei Ziyun immediately felt this, and his heart sighed. If Achilles' destiny had not been extinguished by killing men known, he would not have been so easily deceived. No matter how good Pei Ziyun's archery skills were, there was always the possibility of an accident. This was the protection that fate had given to Achilles. But Achilles' destiny had already been extinguished, and fate no longer cared for him. Apollo was very cooperative, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a layer of fog descended. The fog quickly covered Pei Ziyun's body, and Achilles could not see Pei Ziyun, who was aiming at him from the high platform. Pei Ziyun's mind was completely focused on the arrow. He carefully aimed at Achilles' heel, because he knew that was his only weakness. Swoosh! Pei Ziyun released the bowstring, and the arrow was like a shooting star, piercing through the air and disappearing into the fog, flying towards Achilles' heel. Achilles kept hitting the city gate, and the sound of the gate's violent clanging completely drowned out the whistling sound of the arrows piercing through the sky. Pfft! The triangular cone-shaped bronze arrow accurately hit Achilles' heel and pierced into it. Achilles felt a piercing pain in his heart. Ever since he could remember, he had never felt such intense pain. He let out a loud scream, and his heavy body fell to the ground like a collapsing tower, sending up a cloud of dust. Thick blood flowed from his heel, and instantly dyed the ground red. Achilles cursed angrily. Who dares to sneak an arrow at me from the dark? If he dares to fight me face to face, I will make sure his blood runs dry, until his soul escapes to the underworld. Cowards always kill warriors in the dark. Achilles did not care about this degree of injury. Although he knew that his heel was his only weakness, he still pulled the arrow out forcefully. The moment the arrow was pulled out, it brought with it a spray of blood, along with some flesh. Achilles' stubbornness was on full display here. He did not care about this at all. He angrily threw the triangular bronze arrow away and limped to his feet, continuing to slam against the city gates. Bang! The city gate trembled under his continuous violent attacks, as if it would collapse at any time if he continued to attack it. The Trojans inside the city gate trembled as they heard the clanging sound of the city gate being hit. They never imagined that there would be such a terrifying person in the world. He could knock the city gate that was protected by divine power to the point of almost collapsing with his own strength. Everyone thought that Achilles was about to break the city gates and rush in. Their teeth chattered, and their hands that were holding onto their weapons trembled uncontrollably. Their faces were pale. Pei Ziyun spoke truthfully. Looking at the situation, he was a little shocked as well. But upon closer inspection, he saw that Achilles' heel was bleeding profusely, like a fountain, without any signs of stopping. This wound cannot be healed, and the blood is flowing non-stop. At this rate, even if you are Achilles, you will not be able to hold on for long. Pei Ziyun immediately understood. So this is the cause of Achilles' death. That's right, Apollo's arrow of pestilence cannot kill immediately. There has to be a process, and this kind of blood loss is the most terrifying. It can take a few minutes to kill a person. When a person loses more than a fifth of their body's blood, they will go into shock. If they lose a third of their blood, they will die. And with the speed of this fountain, it will reach this level very quickly. Indeed, after a few hits, Achilles' body quickly stiffened, and his movements became sluggish. His strength was disappearing, and he could no longer push the city gates open. He stood there in a daze, and with a bang, he fell amongst the corpses. Achilles is dead. From afar, someone from the Greek army shouted out. At that moment, everyone inside and outside the city was shocked. No, the invincible, godlike Achilles, how could he die? Not only the Greeks, but even the Trojans could not believe this. Following that, an unprecedented tremor filled the entire space. Chapter 643. Following the death of Achilles, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It enlarged rapidly and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Hero's Bloodline, Level 5, 513. 8%. Harvesting Achilles completed. Fate has allowed you to achieve 3 conditions to advance to 0/3. Condition: Troy must be destroyed. Troy must become a sacrifice. This is the prerequisite for you to become a god. Condition: Break the trap of the gods. Gods are intelligent and sensitive. They will set up a trap before they can truly threaten the gods. Please destroy this trap as soon as possible. Condition: Obtain the golden apple. You started with the golden apple and will end with the golden apple. Pei Ziyun looked at it and was shocked. His expression darkened. Troy must be destroyed? Only if it is destroyed can I become a god? When his gaze shifted to the second condition, a wave of information was transmitted to him. His expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. So that's how it is. The 10th level of the hero bloodline is just barely reaching the level of Achilles. If Achilles destroys Troy, it would be equivalent to completing a great feat and reaching the level of a true demigod like Hercules. No wonder the gods did not allow Achilles to win. But even if it was Hercules, his body could still be destroyed. Becoming a god like that would have its flaws. If the 10th level is the boundary between humans and gods, there is still a gap that needs to be filled before one can reach the level of a true god. The fruit of gods is not a fool. In his previous life, there were many demon kings and gods, level 100, who were courting death. Only when the challenger rose up and was only a step away from them, level 95, would they attack and be killed instead. Gods with brains would not do this. The Greek gods set the threshold to become a demigod as a blacklist and kill point. There was still one more level to reach the level of a true god. That was about level 75. As for the golden apple, I don't care. This is the power that the system needs. Damn it. I wanted to level up and kill all these heroes to save Troy. It seems like the gods did not give me this chance. But even so, I can discard many of my worries. Pei Ziyun stood on the platform and saw Achilles' body stiffen as he fell to the ground. He then jumped down from the platform and dashed towards the city gate. Hurry up and open the gate. Achilles is dead. Pei Ziyun encouraged the Trojans to quickly open the city gates and snatch the corpse. Not to mention Achilles' identity, just the godly armor on his body was enough for them to snatch the corpse. In the original history, Ajax brandished his spear and rushed over to protect Achilles' corpse. But now that Ajax was dead, no one could protect him. Although the Greeks rushed over, they did not have the strength to protect the corpse. Retrieve Achilles' body. Achilles' subordinates saw Achilles fall dead at the city gates of Troy and were extremely anxious. They all rushed over and swore to protect Achilles' corpse. Pei Ziyun looked at the 4 heroes and immediately avoided Monstius, who was the son of the river god Spearseus and the beautiful daughter of Peleus, Polydora. He also avoided Eutorus, the son of Hermes and Polymele. These 2 heroes were the sons of the gods. He did not want to offend the gods, so he avoided them. Pei Ziyun charged towards the 2 heroes, the son of Mimelos, Pizandros, and the white-haired Phoenix and Laertes' son, Altemidon. Pizandros saw Pei Ziyun rushing towards her aggressively. She knew that Pei Ziyun was a hero who could exchange blows with Achilles. She was definitely not a match for him, so she raised her spear and shield to defend herself. Pei Ziyun's spear quickly pierced towards Pizandros' chest. Bang! The spear turned into a bolt of lightning and penetrated Pizandros' shield in the blink of an eye, heading straight for his chest without losing any momentum. Pooh! Pizandros dodged with all her might, narrowly avoiding her vital organs. However, the tip of the spear still pierced into Pizandros' arm. Fresh blood flowed from her arm. Before she could react, Pei Ziyun pulled out his spear and pierced it again. The spear was like a green dragon, rushing towards Pizandros' chest. Pooh! Pizandros' body was pierced through by the tip of the spear. Her mouth opened slightly as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Her body immediately froze. Pring! Pizandros' body fell to the ground. From the moment Pei Zi-yun rushed over to the moment he killed Pizandros, it had only been 3 breaths of time. He quickly pulled out his spear, causing another arrow of blood to spurt out. Pei Zi-yun looked at Altemidon and saw that he was defending himself to the death. He could not help but feel happy. If he could defend himself, Achilles would not have killed so many heroes. His eyes turned cold as he raised his blood-stained spear and rushed towards Altemidon. Before he even got close, he threw the spear in his hand at Altemidon. Swish! The spear whistled through the air as it flew towards Altemidon. Bang! The tip of the spear pierced through Altemidon's shield and continued towards Altemidon's chest without slowing down. Altemidon's body flashed and he barely managed to avoid being hit in his vital organs. The tip of the spear pierced his arm. Before he could rejoice that he had dodged the spear's fatal attack, a cold light flashed and a line of blood appeared on Altemidon's throat. Fresh blood quickly gushed out from the line of blood. His body swayed and with a bang, he fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Pei Zi-yun had killed 2 Greek heroes in a row, causing Monstius and Eurydilos' faces to turn pale. However, Achilles' corpse was at their feet, and they could not let Pei Zi-yun snatch it away. No matter how afraid they were, they did not run away. Instead, they struggled to protect Achilles' corpse. Mount Olympus in the middle of the red fog, images of the Trojan War kept flashing by. This time, the images showed Pei Zi-yun killing 2 Greek heroes in a row. Hera saw that Pei Zi-yun had killed 2 Greek heroes in a row and was furious. She said, "Damn it, where is the bow of Hercules?" Athena, who was standing, said, "I've already sent it down. Nestor will get it later, and I will give him power." "Yes, this time we must not let Paris live," Hera said. Ignoring the old grudge over the golden apple, in this war, the Trojan hero who had killed the most Greek heroes was not Hector, but Pei Zi-yun. Furthermore, Pei Zi-yun had just killed Achilles, and now he had killed 2 more Greek heroes. As the god protecting the Greek side, Hera could see very clearly. Now that Achilles was dead, she could not allow Pei Zi-yun to continue living. At this moment, on the battlefield below, the old Nestor raised his hands and prayed devoutly. "God, I hope you have mercy on me. My son, Antiochus, was killed by the despicable Paris with an arrow. I want to avenge him, but I am old now. I hope you can help me." He had originally wanted Achilles to help him take revenge, but Achilles had been killed by the enemy. He could only pray that the gods could help him avenge his son, Antiochus. His prayers seemed to have a certain effect. Suddenly, at the place where Nestor was praying, 2 bright stars slowly descended from the sky. The stars shone with a silver light. The light was gentle and not dazzling. They fell directly towards Nestor's body. Nestor looked at the 2 bright stars falling from the sky towards him. His body instinctively wanted to dodge, but he suddenly found that his body was bound and could not move. He could only watch as the 2 stars merged into his body. When the 2 bright stars fell, a thick fog appeared where they were. The thick fog covered Nestor's chariot, making it impossible for anyone outside to see anything in the thick fog. Inside, Nestor's body ushered in an earth-shattering change. He became young. After a while, the thick fog gradually dissipated, and the shining silver stars disappeared at the same time. But what was even more shocking was that the old Nestor had become much younger. The surrounding Greek soldiers stared at Nestor, dumbfounded. They didn't understand how Nestor, who had a face full of wrinkles and a head full of white hair, suddenly became so young. "Look, Nestor's body has become so young. I just heard him pray to the gods. The gods must have made his body young again. God really dotes on Nestor. If only I could become young as well," Nestor thought to himself. The surrounding soldiers discussed Nestor's sudden youth. They were both envious and jealous, wishing that such a good thing could happen to them. Although it's only a day, this is indeed a young body. Nestor waved his 2 strong and powerful arms, his face full of excitement. The feeling of youth was really good. Although the gods only allowed him to have a young body for a day, he still liked this feeling very much. And as the fog dissipated, Nestor found a divine bow falling in front of him. This divine bow was the bow of Hercules. He had seen Philoctetes use this divine bow to kill Kronos. Now that he saw this divine bow, how could he not know that the gods had heard his prayers and given him a chance to take revenge? His son Anterox had been killed by Paesion's arrow, and his heart was filled with the desire for revenge. Now that he had such a fortuitous encounter, he immediately said, "This is the power that the gods have given me to take revenge." As he spoke, Nestor scanned the battlefield and saw Paesion standing at the gate of Troy. "Paris, today I will let you understand the feeling of being shot by an arrow." Nestor knocked an arrow on the Hercules' bow. With his young body and strong arms, he easily drew the bow. He took careful aim at Paesion, who was far away, and loosened his fingers. Swoosh! The arrow was like a meteor that streaked across the sky. In an instant, it crossed a long distance and appeared in front of Paesion. Clang! Paesion had long sensed the danger. The moment the arrow was shot, he dodged and blocked the arrow with the spear in his hand. But just as he blocked the arrow, before he had time to catch his breath, a second arrow shot at him with the speed of lightning. Paesion dodged, and the arrow missed again. Then came the third arrow. Insignificant skill. Paesion was a martial arts master, and was not afraid of this kind of archery. Just as he was about to dodge again, his body suddenly stiffened and he could no longer move. Chapter 644. It's the power of Hephaestus. Paesion was shocked. He knew that it was the deity who made him unable to move. He was shocked and angry at the same time. It was obvious that after Achilles' death, he was no longer of any use. He thought to himself, "They're already burning the bridge after crossing it." He did not try to block it. His legs gave way and his body bent down. The arrow missed his vitals. Pooh! The arrow hit him in the shoulder. The moment it touched him, the pain seeped deep into his body. The wound rotted and turned black. Paesion knew that this could be the poison arrow that killed Kokkinos. It would not be easy to deal with it. He had to find a place where there was no one around. Only then could he think of a way to expel the poison. He hurriedly said, "Retreat, retreat, retreat. Close the gate." Paesion knew that the deity would not allow him to take Achilles' armor. Without hesitation, he retreated into the city. "Bring back the body of Achilles!" cried the Greeks, seeing that the Trojans had all retreated into the city. Troy Palace Princess Cassandra woke up in shock. She realized that she was lying on her bed and her mouth was dry. She saw a bottle of water not far away. She supported herself with one arm and drank a mouthful. She felt that it was cold and woke up. She felt sweat all over her forehead. Just now, she had a nightmare. In the dream, Troy was destroyed, and all the citizens of Troy were slaughtered. Facing the tragic fate of Troy, Cassandra, who knew about it in advance, was extremely sad. She saw everything and loudly reminded the Trojans to be careful, but everyone was indifferent and could not hear her at all. In the end, she screamed until her throat was hoarse and she could not make a single sound. She watched as Troy was destroyed. This was unbearable to her. Dreams can be real. No one has ever listened to my prophecies. Cassandra was slowly pulled into the nightmare again. At this point, a palace maid came in and shouted, "Princess, princess!" Cassandra woke up immediately. Her face was covered in sweat and she looked around in shock. "I had a horrible nightmare." Princess Cassandra was still scared. "Yes, princess," the maid replied. She saw that the princess was having a nightmare the moment she entered. "I have a feeling that Troy is about to be destroyed," Cassandra murmured to herself with a heavy expression. But she did not intend to talk to a maidservant. "What do you want?" "Princess, Prince Paris was shot by a poisonous arrow on the battlefield," the maid reported. What? When Cassandra heard that Paris had been injured, she was shocked. Ever since the start of the war, Paris had never been injured. She did not expect that he would be injured this time. It seemed that the war was becoming more and more intense. Furthermore, this younger brother was the key to the survival of Troy. For him to be injured at this critical juncture, one could not help but wonder if Troy could withstand the attack of the Greeks. She stood up and grabbed the maid's shoulder anxiously. How is Paris's injury? Take me there quickly. Princess, the doctor is treating Prince Paris. Please follow me, Cassandra said as she led Cassandra out of the room. Cassandra hurriedly followed the maidservant to the front hall. King Priam was standing there with an anxious look on his face. Cassandra walked into the hall and did not speak. She looked at where Pei Ziyun was lying. There was a group of royal doctors treating him. The royal doctors discussed the treatment from time to time, but after a while they all shook their heads. One of the doctors stood up and said, Prince Paris, the poison you have is exactly the same as the one that killed the king of Kuknoth. Only the gods can cure this poison. There is nothing we can do. As Cassandra listened to the discussion, she suddenly remembered a prophecy. The prophecy said that Paris was injured, and only a known could save him from death. She immediately said, Paris, where is your wife? She has already gone to Mount Ida, Pei Ziyun said. Then you should go to Mount Ida to find your wife, Anon. Only she can save you. Cassandra immediately said, This is the prophecy. You asked Athena for it. Then, Cassandra immediately pointed to a few servants and said, Quick, quick, carry Prince Paris to Mount Ida. The servants looked at King Priam. Priam seemed to be deep in thought and said, Go, Paris. Go and treat him. Come back when you are healed. The servants were about to lift Pei Ziyun when Pei Ziyun's heart moved. He said, Cassandra, there is no benefit in staying here. Follow me to Mount Ida. Trust me. Pei Ziyun said this because he knew that Troy was about to be destroyed. There was no benefit in Cassandra staying here. She might even be captured by the Greeks. As for his own injuries, they were all following the original script. He had to bear the consequences if his life was not in danger. In history, Paris would die here, and Pei Ziyun would be reborn. He would no longer be restrained and would be free to do whatever he wanted. He would no longer have to worry about the interference of fate. Cassandra didn't understand Pei Ziyun's plan. When she heard Pei Ziyun's words, she was a little hesitant. At this time, Paris left Troy and headed towards Mount Ida. Troy was in dire need of manpower and she couldn't leave. But then King Priam saw that she was troubled, and knew what she was worrying about and said, Go, child. I will be enough for Troy. Take care of Paris when you go to Mount Ida. King Priam's words made Cassandra's heart waver. Priestess, go to Mount Ida. That is where you should go. At this time, a voice came into Cassandra's ears. It's Apollo. Cassandra heard that even the gods wanted her to go to Mount Ida. It seemed like going to Mount Ida was the right choice. She thought about it and agreed. Father, after Paris and I go to Mount Ida, it will be very difficult for you to be alone. You must protect yourself and mother, Cassandra said. My child, you don't have to worry about me and your mother. I created Troy from a pile of ruins. I can still handle this little situation. Father, I will leave first, Cassandra said and turned to leave the hall. A few servants carried Pei Ziyun out of the hall and outside the palace. They carried Pei Ziyun to the chariot and Cassandra followed. Whack! The skilled coachman cracked his whip, and the chariot started moving towards Mount Ida. Meanwhile, in the side hall at the back, Queen Hecuba turned around and sadly watched her children leave. After a long time, she said to her husband, Have you made up your mind? Priamus nodded. We all know about fate, don't we? In the end, humans can't fight against the will of the gods. The destruction of Troy was imminent, and the torch plan could be carried out through Paris. Go, take your people to Mount Ida. "Don't come back until the Greeks retreat," Priam said in his heart. He didn't say it out loud, afraid that the jealous gods would hear him. Greek camp. After the battle, the corpses of Achilles and great Ajax were loaded onto the chariot and brought back to the camp. When the chariot reached the camp, a few people carried the corpses back to the warship. At this moment, they were lying quietly on the wooden beds. Everyone surrounded the corpses and thought of the glory of the past. They couldn't help but cry. Without a doubt, these were two great heroes. They had made great contributions in the Battle of Troy, but unfortunately, they had died on the battlefield at this moment. "Two great heroes, how painful it is for you to leave me," a Greek hero said with a face full of tears. "God, punish the despicable Trojans for us. These two heroes died under the enemy's arrows. God, thank you for bringing the bodies of these two heroes back safely." Inside the warship, Agamemnon, Menelaus, Odysseus, Calchas, and the other Greek heroes and princes silently looked at the corpses of great Ajax and Achilles. They couldn't stop their tears from flowing. Firstly, they were crying for the unfortunate experience of the two heroes. Secondly, they empathized with them. Maybe one day they would be the one lying here. Someone brought clean water to help the two heroes clean their bodies, changed them into new clothes, and applied the best balm on their bodies. After some cleaning, the blood on the faces and bodies of Achilles and great Ajax were all gone. They lay quietly as if they had fallen asleep. The cries of the people in the warship affected many Greek soldiers. Everyone wiped away their tears. The palace of Thetis of the deep sea. The cries of the Greeks mourning their heroes reached the bottom of the sea, all the way to Thetis' palace. Although Thetis had long known of Achilles' fate, when she heard the cries of the Greeks mourning for Achilles, she couldn't help but cry. "My child!" Her cries caused many sea beasts to cry out in sorrow. Even the sea was affected by her cries, constantly stirring up. The waves on the surface of the sea rolled one after another, and they seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. The prophet Calchas faintly heard the cries of Thetis. He knew that Achilles' mother, the goddess Thetis, was coming. Achilles died on the battlefield, so it was reasonable for his mother to come to visit him. He said to the people in the room with a serious face, "The goddess is coming. We have to avoid her. Don't let the goddess feel that we are being rude." Usually, mortals would avoid places where gods appeared to show respect to the gods. Everyone knew that Achilles' mother might come to visit her son, so they listened to Calchas' suggestion and left silently. Sure enough, at night, Thetis walked out of the palace in the deep sea. She separated the huge waves and came to the shore where the Greeks' warship was without any obstacles. Roar! Behind Thetis, the sea monsters let out a loud roar. They could feel the sadness of the goddess, and their roars also carried bursts of mourning. Thetis stepped on the surface of the sea and came forward in stealth. Everyone could only hear the roar of the sea monsters, but they couldn't see the goddess. When Thetis came to the room of the warship, she saw the body of Achilles from afar. She came to the side of the body, and saw that the body of Achilles had been taken care of. She hugged her son, kissed his lips, and tears streamed down her face. "My child, how cruel fate is! Your future has been decided a long time ago, and now you have finally come to this step. How sad I am!" As she spoke, she could no longer hold it in and began to cry loudly. In the camp, Achilles' two divine horses heard the goddess' cries and sensed that their master had died. They neighed, broke free from the yoke, and disappeared into the night. Since Achilles was dead, they would no longer be driven by mortals. But Thetis was indifferent. She was a god and naturally knew a lot of secret. The horses that were immortal and could speak were born of the god of west wind. The god gave them to the hero Peleus, and Peleus gave them to his son Achilles. Mortals only thought it was glory, but did not know that they were the closest to the god to monitor Achilles. Zeus's strategy was so far-sighted and far-sighted. Chapter 645. Originally, fate wanted to use your armor to get rid of a hero. But now there is no need for that. I will take your body back to your homeland. Achilles' body was taken away by Thetis, and the bodies of the heroes and soldiers were given a grand burial. The flames and smoke from the burning of the corpses did not stop for 3 days, showing how many heroes and soldiers had died in this battle. After the matter was settled, the Greeks gathered the princes and heroes for a meeting to find a better way out of the upcoming arrangements. The war had been going on for almost 7 years, but the Greeks had not yet broken through the city of Troy, and too many heroes and soldiers had died. The Greeks had not done anything, and they could not answer to the assembly of the city-states. Everyone had to discuss a good solution. At the meeting of the princes, Menelaus stood up. He looked around at the crowd and said, "Noble princes, please hear me out." When everyone heard Menelaus's words, they all stopped their private discussions and looked at him, waiting to see what Menelaus had to say. "I see our soldiers dying in large numbers, and my heart bleeds. They entered the war for me, and now it seems that none of them will be able to survive, and they will not be able to see their families again." When everyone heard this, they could not help but nod. They had indeed made up their minds to die here. "In fact, let us leave this ominous place. Let those who are still alive return by boat. Now that Achilles and Ajax are dead, we can no longer hope to win the war." But to everyone's surprise, Menelaus suddenly changed the topic midway. He wanted to give up the war and leave, which made many of the Greek heroes angry. "As for me, I no longer care about my unvirtuous wife, Helen. I care about you more than her, so let her stay by Paris' side." Menelaus had been instructed by Agamemnon to say this to test the Greek. In fact, in his heart, he wanted to destroy the Trojans more than anyone else. Diomedes did not see through Menelaus's ploy. He sat quietly, and when he heard Menelaus's words, he stood up angrily and laughed mockingly. "King of Sparta, what a shameful coward you are! The brave sons of the Greeks will not go back with you, and will not rest until they are upon the walls of Troy." Diomedes' words were recognized by many of the Greek heroes and princes present. Now that the war had been going on for so many years, both sides had formed an unwashable hatred, and it was impossible for them to retreat. If they really retreated without any harvest, it would be hard for them to explain to the family and people of the deceased heroes when they returned to their hometown. "Menelaus, you really are a coward. If you want to go home yourself," a Greek hero said mockingly. "I think he's afraid of Paris. After all, he was defeated by Paris. You can go back by yourself. You don't have to drag us along. We're going to climb the walls of Troy. King of Sparta, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. If you back down, you will bring shame to all of Greece." Menelaus's brother, Agamemnon, also pretended to frown at Menelaus, expressing his disapproval. Menelaus, on the other hand, wasn't angry at all when he heard these insults. Instead, he was very happy. With such enthusiasm, he could rest assured. He did not have to worry about everyone's morale being low and retreating. Menelaus stood up again and said, "Great Greek heroes, I am very happy that you have such determination and will. Before this, in the face of repeated setbacks, I was very worried that you would give up this war. Now, your determination has filled me with fighting spirit. Let us work hard together, and we will not rest until we conquer Troy." Menelaus' words stunned everyone for a moment, but they quickly understood. Everyone forgave Menelaus for his decision to retreat just now. Diomedes stood up again and said, "King of Sparta, your worries are unnecessary. All of us here have formed hatred with the Trojans, and we cannot just retreat like this. We must attack the walls of Troy. Now I take back what I just said to you. I hope that we can work together to conquer Troy." Diomedes had just finished speaking and sat down. After a while, the prophet Calchas stood up and looked around at the Greek princes and heroes. Seeing that they had no intention of speaking, he made a suggestion. The walls of Troy were built by the great Poseidon and Apollo. If we attack it by force, the losses will be very great. This is something we cannot afford. Everyone, listen, I saw an omen yesterday. An eagle chased a pigeon. The pigeon flew into a crack in the rock and hid. The eagle waited by the mountain rock for a long time, but the pigeon did not come out. The eagle hid in the nearby bushes. This stupid pigeon flew out. The eagle immediately pounced and grabbed it with its sharp claws. We should follow this eagle's example. We cannot attack Troy by force, but we should win with our wit. After he finished speaking, the heroes racked their brains, trying to think of a plan to end this terrible war as soon as possible, but they could not think of anything at the moment. This kind of plan was not something that could be thought of easily. Someone said, "Calchas, you said to win with our wits. Can you give us a plan?" "I can't think of a good plan at the moment. This needs everyone to work together," Calchas said, shaking his head. The people present racked their brains and came up with a plan to win against Troy, but they were all rejected due to various loopholes. Seeing that everyone was once again at a loss, Agamemnon frowned slightly, but he did not have a better idea. Mount Olympus Hera looked at the scene of the princes meeting in the Greek camp and said to Athena, "The Greeks can't think of a good plan at the moment. You can tell the Greeks about the Trojan horse plan and help them conquer Troy." Athena nodded, and in a flash, she flew out of Mount Olympus. Not long later, Athena arrived at the Greek camp. She stood above the prince's meeting room and sent an idea into Odysseus' mind. Odysseus' body shook, and he slowly stood up as if he had understood something. "Friends, do you know what to do?" When everyone saw Odysseus stand up to speak, they looked at him with hope. Odysseus had always been resourceful, and this was a well-known fact among the Greeks. "Odysseus, tell us your idea." Odysseus smiled. Seeing everyone's eager and expectant looks, he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. "Actually, the plan is very simple, but it will be difficult to implement. We will need many brave Greeks to carry it out." "Odysseus, we Greeks do not lack brave warriors." Odysseus nodded, agreeing with this, and continued. "Let us build a giant wooden horse and hide as many Greek heroes as possible in its belly. The rest of them will leave the coast of Troy and retreat to Tenedos Island. Before we leave, we must burn down the barracks so that the Trojans will see the fireworks from the city walls and lower their guard, allowing them to venture out of the city. At the same time, we will have someone unfamiliar to the Trojans pretend to be a sacrifice. He will tell them that the Greeks were going to sacrifice him to their god in order to retreat, but he managed to escape. He will also say that the Greeks built a giant wooden horse for Athena, and he hid in the belly of the horse, waiting for the enemy to retreat before sneaking out. This person must be able to retell this story to the Trojans and make it sound so real that the Trojans will not suspect anything. The Trojans will definitely pity this poor outsider and drag him and the wooden horse into the city. When our enemy is asleep, he will give us a predetermined signal. At this time, the person hiding in the wooden horse will climb out and light a torch to summon the warriors hiding around Tenedos Island. This way, we can use fire and sword to destroy Troy. Odysseus told them his plan, and everyone was amazed by it. "I think this plan is very good and can be carried out. We should be able to use this to destroy Troy. This plan is good, but there are some flaws. With such a large wooden horse, it will not be easy to hide the hero from the Trojans." "This plan is very good, Odysseus, you are a genius strategist." Odysseus looked at everyone's reaction to his plan and was elated. What could be better than attracting everyone's attention? If this plan is to be carried out, all the steps must be flawless. If any of the steps are not done well, everything will go to waste. Diomedes expressed his opinion. Agamemnon nodded. He looked at Odysseus and said, "There is no better plan now, but Odysseus' plan needs to be carefully analyzed. If it is carried out, we will be putting the future of the Greeks on the line, so we must be careful. Agamemnon decided to carefully analyze Odysseus' plan. If it was feasible, he would carry it out. At this time, Calchas looked at everything. If we look at the plan alone, it is very crude and inferior. A large wooden horse. If it is normal, shouldn't we check it? Furthermore, a wooden horse with a person hidden in it must be of a different weight than a normal wooden horse. The Trojans will notice it when it is dragged, right? But no matter how ridiculous the plan is, as long as it has the power of God, it will be carried out and won. To put it bluntly, prophets were the mouthpieces of God. Calchas had seen countless such things, so he thought, if it is the will of God, then all the princes and heroes must agree unanimously, and no one would raise any objections. Let's see if anyone can point out this obvious flaw in the plan during the meeting. If not, this must be the unanimous agreement of the messengers. Chapter 646. The princes were discussing Odysseus' Trojan horse plan. At that moment, Prophet Calchas suddenly sensed something and raised his head to look at the sky. He saw a giant eagle flying over the camp. The giant eagle had a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters, and it circled above the Greek camp. Then, it let out a sharp cry. The cry was loud and clear, like a thunderclap. This is the eagle of Zeus. The princes and heroes saw Zeus' eagle circling above the Greek camp. They knew that Zeus, the king of the gods, had agreed to the Trojan horse plan and was urging the Greeks to act quickly. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Zeus was the king of the gods. With his support, the Trojan horse plan also meant that it had the support of the god. General Agamemnon, the eagle has brought the decree of Zeus. Our plan has the support of God, and it will definitely succeed. I think we should implement the plan as soon as possible because God is urging us. We can't let God wait too long. The death knell of Troy has rung. We just need to follow God's will. Everyone was discussing, but they were all about immediately implementing the Trojan horse plan. It was obvious that the arrival of God's eagle had given everyone confidence. Agamemnon looked at the reactions of the Greek heroes and knew that everyone supported this plan. However, he still said to Calchas, Prophet Calchas, this plan has the support of God. Do you have anything else to add? General Agamemnon, God has brought the best news. I have nothing else to add, Calchas said. Agamemnon nodded and said, Great Greek warriors, God has given us guidance. We must implement the Trojan horse plan as soon as possible. Let us attack the walls of Troy together. Attack Troy. The heroes understood the importance of this plan. They all cheered and responded to Agamemnon's suggestion to implement the plan as soon as possible. After discussing the details of the Trojan horse plan, the princes' meeting came to an end and everyone dispersed. Prophet Calchas stood up and walked out. He saw Odysseus. Although he did not like this King Ithaca and felt that he was too smart, he still stopped Odysseus. Austin, do you think this plan will work? Austin saw that it was the prophet who stopped him. Even though he did not like Calchas, he said patiently, You are a prophet. You should know that as long as there is God's support, there is no plan that cannot succeed. With that, Odysseus turned and left without saying much to Calchas. Calchas stood where he was and thought about it. He knew that Austin's words made sense. As long as the plan was supported by the gods, it would definitely succeed. There was no other reason, power. Many wise men in history doubted themselves after their failures. Could it be that their strategies were not good enough and were inferior to monkeys? Actually, it was just that the monkey might have more power and backing. Calchas already knew this. The reason why he asked Austin was because he was worried. After all, they had to give up the entire Greek camp. If they failed, even if the gods encouraged them, they would not be able to make a comeback. Ida San Kitty, this base on the mountainside, had been built for a few years, and was starting to take shape. There was only one road that led to the base. Other than the cliff at the back, This was the only road that led to the base. It was a place that was easy to defend but hard to attack. There were also a few watchtowers in the base. Basically, all the movements in the surroundings could be observed through the watchtowers. If the enemy attacked the base on Mount Ida, the people in the watchtowers would be the first to notice the danger. There were 7 to 8 buildings in the base, and every building was made of wood. At this moment, Pei-Ziyun was lying on a soft bed in one of the wooden houses. His face was slightly pale, but it was much better than when he was first sent here. When he was first sent here, Pei-Ziyun's face was pale and dark. When Anon and Helen saw him, they were shocked and started crying. It was only when Pei-Ziyun reminded her in time that Anon reacted and ran to the Kebulin River to find her father. River god Kebulin heard that his son-in-law Paris was injured. Under Anon's pleas, he gave Pei-Ziyun some spiritual medicine to treat him. This was actually fate. Otherwise, he would not have agreed. Anon used the spiritual medicine given by her father to apply on Pei-Ziyun's wound. The effect was very obvious. Not long after it was applied, the wound became much better. Anon, thank you for the spiritual medicine and thank your father for giving it to me. Without it, I would have been in trouble, Pei-Ziyun said. Darling, you are the most important. Without you, I can't live on, Anon said in a low voice. Paris, how do you feel now? Helen asked. I feel much better now. I believe it won't be long before I can get out of bed and walk, Pei-Ziyun said with a smile. That's great, Helen said happily. At this moment, a servant came in excitedly and said, Prince Paris, with the death of Achilles, the Greeks have lost the possibility of victory and have retreated. They have burned their camp and only left a wooden horse in the camp. Pei-Ziyun heard this and did not say anything. He looked at the servant's excited face and knew that the Trojans were probably just as excited. The Battle of Troy had been going on for almost 7 years. Everyone was exhausted. Now that the Greeks had retreated, it was especially good news for the Trojans. Pei-Ziyun sighed and said, Now that the Trojan horse has appeared, it seems that the final moment is not far away. We must be prepared. As for stopping this plan or rescuing the Trojans, there was no need to think about it. The gods of Olympus would not agree. Apart from this, what other news did the Greeks have? Pei-Ziyun asked. Prince Paris, we caught a foreigner who was being persecuted by the Greek. He brought us the latest news of the Greeks, the servant said. Pei-Ziyun knew that this person was the one who carried out the Trojan horse plan, but he could not expose him. After a moment of silence he said, I understand. You can leave now. The servant bowed and left the room. Pei-Ziyun pursed his lips and thought for a moment. He quickly glanced at Cassandra and saw that she was in a daze. She said, Cassandra, my beloved sister, what are you thinking about? Paris, my beloved brother, I had a dream. I saw the city of Troy directly connected to the underworld of Hades. I saw the city filled with blood and sparks, and I saw the god of death rushing out from the belly of the wooden horse. But I know that you won't believe me. Even if I say a million things, you still won't believe me. Cassandra's face was full of tears as she said this. She knew the truth of Troy's impending destruction, but before it happened, no one would accept it. Priests and prophets could see many things that ordinary people couldn't. Knowing the truth in advance was also a form of torture for them. Pei-Ziyun listened quietly to Cassandra's words. He knew that she had received a revelation, but there was nothing he could do. He looked at the sorrowful Cassandra and said, No, I believe your prophecy. Pei-Ziyun's words were out of Cassandra's expectations. She was stunned for a moment, then tears started flowing down her face. She said, Paris, you believe me. Quickly go to the city and tell father that you are his most beloved son. He will believe your words. Cassandra looked anxious, as if she was afraid that if Pei-Ziyun was late, Troy would be breached. But before Pei-Ziyun could say anything, she seemed to see the future again. She said, No, Paris, don't go. If you go back, you will immediately be sent to the underworld of Hades. As she said this, Cassandra choked on her tears and turned to leave. Paisiun didn't chase after her. He knew that what she said was right. If he dared to take a step at a critical moment, he would be punished by the god. In Troy, there was an unlucky man who was awake. He wanted to warn the Trojans, but in the end, his whole family died. That was Apollo's priest, Laocoon. Schemes could be broken, but power could not. Paisiun ordered the servants, "Look after her, as well as Hector's wife and son. Don't let them go back now." After giving the order, he sank into deep thought and his soul sank into space. In the space above the darkness, two small halls stood side by side. The Greek temple is glowing. The small hall was originally dark and calm, but now it was glowing. Paisiun hesitated for a moment, then his soul went towards the Greek temple. The moment he stepped in, there was a loud boom, and a torch was lit up, illuminating the main hall. The main hall was made of marble, and the pillars were carved with all sorts of monsters. There were also storms, flames, and other disasters. Finally, there was a scene of slaughter. The last statue was very tall, and it was Achilles. He raised his sword and looked like he was shouting, but he could no longer move. The light just now had come from his body. As the light shone, traces of power were extracted, and there were traces of indescribable power. With this power, the entire temple seemed to be wiped clean, and became bright and clean. In the middle of the altar, a staircase appeared. I have killed heroes consecutively, and 10 levels have been filled. Now that the staircase for the statue has appeared, I only need to satisfy all the requirements before I can produce the statue, and become a complete god. Of the 3 conditions, the first is that the destruction of Troy is imminent, and no one can stop it. The second condition is to fill the trap set by the gods. The power of Achilles has already filled 1/3 of the gap in the trap. I still lack 2 offerings that are close to the god. Where can I fill this gap? Paisiun frowned and thought, if I were to kill those normal heroes, how many would I need to kill to fill the gap? Thinking of this, Paisiun shook his head. The gods would not agree to this, especially when there is a prophecy. Paisiun thought hard, and suddenly, he thought of a target. Perhaps this can be done. I have done many things for you. Isn't it time for me to make a request? Chapter 647. Greek camp, quick, move the last batch onto the ship. Some heroes yelled as they rushed people to move the goods onto the ship, but more people were looking at a giant wooden horse. The entire horse was made of sturdy wood. It was 3 meters wide, 3 meters tall, and 8 meters long. There was a small door under the horse's belly, and it was 2 meters above the ground. This wooden horse was made by the Greek army's craftsmen over the course of several days, using the best freshly cut wood. At that moment, the Greeks were all gathered in the open space of the camp. They looked at the wooden horse and started discussing it. Everyone had their own opinions. Can the Trojans carry such a big wooden horse back? I don't think there's much space on this horse. Won't it be too cramped for our heroes to lie inside? God, I believe that only your will can allow the Trojans to carry the horse back smoothly. This person was right. Austin looked at the discussion and stood up. He cleared his throat and the crowd quieted down. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Heroes, now is the time to show our true strength and courage. Because now, our heroes have to crawl into the horse's belly and hide inside for a period of time, without sunlight to welcome the bright future. Please believe me, crawling into the horse's belly requires more courage than facing the enemy. Only the bravest of people can do it. The rest can take the ship to Tenedos Island. Only one brave and smart person will stay near the wooden horse. He will do as I say. Who is willing to take on this responsibility? Everyone hesitated at Austin's words. After all, this mission was to face the Trojans alone. Normal people would not have such great courage. However, a Greek, serene, who only had a thin trace of hero blood and was not eye-catching in the Allied army, showed extraordinary courage. He said, "I am willing to take on this mission. Let the Trojans torture me, let them burn me alive. I have made up my mind." Sirion's words moved the Greeks around him, and they all offered their best wishes. "Serene, good. If you survive, I will give you some gold, bronze, and a few women. Even if you die, your family will receive them." Everyone cheered and shouted at Serene. Everyone praised his courage. General Agamemnon nodded and promised to keep his promise. A smile appeared on Austin's face. Seeing that there was already someone to take on this responsibility, he added, "Now we will pick the heroes who are willing to enter the horse's stomach. They will have to endure a period of time without sunlight." Odysseus stood up and said, "I am the one who came up with this plan, and I am willing to enter the belly of the horse. Please pray for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Diomedes walked out of the crowd and said, "The hero who has entered the belly of the horse must be me. I will prove to everyone that I, Diomedes, am the bravest hero in Greece." "Me too," Menelaus said. "How can I be left out of this?" Sthenelus said. Soon, there were 8 or 9 heroes who had entered the belly of the Trojan horse to carry out this difficult task. Agamemnon looked at the heated scene and said, "Our heroes are so great. In order to win the war, everyone is willing to take such a huge risk." Even with the will of God, the heroes knew that once they entered the Trojan horse, they would be discovered by the Trojans. Unless they were invulnerable, they would be dead. However, the space in the belly of the horse is limited. Menelaus, Diomedes, Sthenelus, and Odysseus, you will bring the most important heroes in. As compensation, if we destroy Troy, these heroes will have priority to claim the war trophies. Does everyone agree? Yes. The crowd shouted. Since everyone agrees, then it is decided. Is there anything else you want to say? Agamemnon looked at the heroes and sighed. He knew how big the risk was, and it was almost all on the will of God. However, the death of Achilles and Ajax had dealt a heavy blow to the strength and morale of the Greek allied army. It was not that they wanted to bet everything on this, but they had no other choice. After years of war, although they relied on plundering to maintain their logistics, it had also drained the resources of the Greek city-state. If they returned without victory, there would be civil strife, and many kings and princes would be exiled. Great Greeks, everyone knows that my wife, Helen, was stolen by the despicable prince of Troy, Paris. Until today, I have not been able to avenge her. Now, with everyone's help, I have finally seen a glimmer of hope. That is why I must participate in this mission, Menelaus said. We, the Greeks, have suffered immeasurable losses in this war. The Trojans must pay for the wounds we have suffered and the blood we have shed, said Diomedes. God, thank you for your help. You have given us a chance to win this war. I will complete this mission perfectly, Odysseus said. What a great wooden horse! I will use it to win this war, Sthenelus said. If that is the case, carry out the plan. Agamemnon glanced at them, straightened his back, and gave the order. Menelaus, Diomedes, Sthenelus, Odysseus, and many others climbed into the horse's belly by means of a ladder, pulled the ladder into the horse's belly, closed the door, and fastened it on the inside. The heroes sat quietly in the belly of the horse, their hearts filled with anxiety, not knowing what fate awaited them. After preparing the wooden horse, Agamemnon and Nestor ordered the Greeks to move all the supplies that could be taken onto the ship and set fire to the tents. The Greek soldiers held torches in their hands and lit everything that could not be taken away. Only the tall wooden horse stood quietly in the open space of the camp. The fire spread throughout the entire camp, and the flames rose high into the sky. The whole camp was covered in a sea of fire, and thick smoke covered the entire coast. When all the supplies were moved onto the ship and all the soldiers were on board, Agamemnon gave the order to set sail. Set sail. Many ships slowly left the dock. It was a grand scene, with thousands of sails sailing out to sea. These ships all headed towards Tenedos Island. On the vast sea, the entire Greek fleet stretched for dozens of miles. The rolling waves constantly slapped against the sides of the ships, and the entire fleet moved very quickly. In just a short time, all the ships had disappeared. After a short period of sea travel, the Greek ships quickly arrived at Tenedos Island. They anchored on the shore and anxiously waited for the predetermined signal of fire to come from the distance. Tenedos Island was only a few dozen miles from Troy, and they could reach it in an hour. The Trojans standing on the city wall quickly discovered that the coast was covered in smoke, and that was the Greek camp. The Trojans were puzzled. They did not understand why there would be such a large area of smoke in the Greek camp. Based on the intensity of the smoke, there must have been a huge fire to cause such a large amount of smoke. They did not rush to open the city gate to take a look. Instead, they stood on the city wall and observed carefully. They discovered that the Greek warships on the coast had all left. This discovery was no small matter. The departure of the Greek warships meant that they had retreated. This was something that had not happened for many years. Someone quickly reported the situation, and King Priam quickly received the news that the Greeks had retreated, burned down the camp, and all the warships had left. Oh? Why would the Greeks leave? Could it be that they intend to return without any results? King Priam asked. We are not sure at the moment. We only know that there is a thick smoke rising from the camp, and all the ships at the port have disappeared. A Trojan elder who was reporting answered. Then you should bring some people over to take a look. However, you must be careful, don't fall into the Greeks' trap. Priam emphasized. Yes, King. After saying that, the elder retreated. Not long after, a group of Trojan soldiers opened the city gate. They drove chariots with weapons in their hands and headed towards the Greek camp. When they arrived at the Greek camp, they saw that it was a burnt ruin. The Trojans were very happy. The Greeks finally could not hold on any longer and retreated. I think Prince Paris killed Achilles and Ajax, causing the Greeks to be unable to hold on any longer. That's right. However, Prince Paris suffered a despicable arrow because of this. I really hope that he recovers quickly. The prince is the heir of our Troy, the next king. Although they did not know what caused the Greeks to do this, to the Trojans it was still a great piece of news. The Greek camp was burnt down, and the departure of the warships meant that they had retreated. The war that had tormented them for so many years was finally over. In the square where the enemy camp was set up, the Trojans found a huge wooden horse. The wooden horse was very majestic, and the fire did not ignite it. The Trojans surrounded it and looked at it carefully. They looked at it in surprise, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. I think this wooden horse is very beautiful. We can move it into the city, and place it on the castle as a victory souvenir. We can let everyone know that we have won this war. Someone suggested. No, I don't believe that this strange wooden horse was accidentally left behind by the Greek. I think it will bring misfortune. Let's push it into the sea together, or burn it with fire. At this moment, the Greek heroes hiding in the horse's belly heard the noise. When they heard that the wooden horse was to be burned, they all trembled with fear. If the wooden horse was ignited, they would not be able to escape death sitting in the horse's belly. However, until the last moment, these Greek heroes did not dare to act rashly. Just as the Greek hero was feeling uneasy, a few dazzling rays of light that mortals could not see swept past, followed by a fog that was also invisible to the naked eye. The eyes of the Trojans slowly became fanatical, and there was an unusual light. This wooden horse was left behind by the Greek. We will move it back as a trophy and place it on the castle. We will let everyone know that we, the Trojans, have won this war. Yes, the Greeks left behind the most precious wooden horse, and we have seized it. We are the final victors. The fanatical Trojans did not have the slightest bit of vigilance. They only had one thought: move the wooden horse back. Someone is here. Suddenly, a few people found Shernon hiding in the belly of the wooden horse and dragged him out. Shernon stood there pitifully, stretching out his arms to the sky, crying and begging, "God, where can I go? Where can I take a boat? The Greeks will drive me out, and the Trojans will kill me." Note 1. Take a girlfriend as an example. Everyone is human. Girlfriends are chosen based on your height, appearance, age, wealth, job, character, and so on. Of course, it is important to emphasize the feeling you give her. It cannot be created out of thin air. However, if your status is half a level higher than hers, she will automatically think that your boyfriend is excellent, and you will fall in love at first sight. If your status is one level higher than hers, in reality, no matter how feminist you are, your boyfriend will be too good to be yours alone. If your status is 1.5 levels higher, your girlfriend will even accept a harem, but only if she is the main wife. If your status is 2 levels higher, she will even accept sharing the same bed with you. So, in the novel, this situation is still a simplified version of the world view of mortals. Chapter 648. As the soldiers pressed, Shernon said, "Prince Paris killed Achilles and Ajax the Great. The Greeks could not hold on any longer and placed their hopes on the goddess Athena. The Greeks used a trick. Before they left, they built this huge wooden horse and offered it to the goddess. If you damaged the horse, Athena would be furious and protect the Greek. But if you dragged the horse into the city, Athena would protect you and not the Greeks. I, on the other hand, should have been killed and sacrificed, but because of God's will, I escaped the disaster and told you the truth." This was absurd, but the Trojans felt that it was reasonable. They said, "I see. If that's the case, then we have to drag the horse into the city. Although you are a Greek, since you have become a sacrifice and have been treated unfairly, you can cut the Greeks in half. Troy welcomes you." These words were very unusual. At that time, the city-states rarely accepted foreigners. They had to go through strict vetting, and some had not become citizens even after several generations. But now they did not have to think. The Trojans worked together to move the huge wooden horse onto the largest chariot. They tied it with ropes and used 8 horses to pull the chariot. They slowly drove towards Troy. City of Troy. Laocoon, the priest, received the news and went up to the city wall to patrol. He saw the Trojans moving the huge wooden horse from the Greek camp back to Troy. Laocoon was a priest, so his senses were sensitive. He was suspicious. This wooden horse is too strange. The Greeks burned the entire camp. It is impossible for them to leave this huge wooden horse in the camp for the Trojans to use as a trophy. Also, I feel that something is wrong. Laocoon said to his 2 sons, "I plan to stop the Trojan soldiers from pulling the ominous wooden horse back. Do you want to come with me?" "Yes, father, we will go with you to persuade the Trojans to give up on this idea." Poseidon immediately heard Laocoon's words. He said, "This priest, if you want to change the gods' decision, you will have to face death." As he said this, he waved his hand. There was a snap, and 2 giant sea snakes swam ashore. They flicked their tongues, and their eyes flashed with a terrible light. They moved very quickly on the shore, faster than ordinary people running. Laocoon and his 2 sons rushed to the Greek camp. From afar, they saw the Trojan soldiers carrying the huge wooden horse. Laocoon shouted, "Warriors of Troy, what a dangerous thing you have done! You should not have brought this wooden horse back to the city, for it will bring misfortune." Laocoon was a little far from the Trojan soldiers. Although the soldiers heard the words, they did not stop. Laocoon was about to take his 2 sons, and continued to rush forward. Just then, 2 sea snakes swam over. Laocoon saw the 2 sea snakes, and felt something was wrong. He said to his 2 sons, "Look," his 2 sons. He said to Laocoon, The two sons of Laocoon nodded and slowly approached the sea serpent with their weapons in hand. However, the speed of the clown sea serpent was beyond imagination. Before the weapon in his hand could strike, the clown sea serpent suddenly bounced off the ground and pounced toward Laocoon's two sons like an arrow released from a bow. Before they could react, they were bitten in the neck by the two sea snakes. Their faces turned black, and the poison spread to their brains in an instant. Their bodies fell heavily. "My sons!" Laocoon shouted in grief and indignation. He did not expect the two sea snakes to be so powerful. His two sons were excellent warriors, but they were bitten to death by the sea snakes. "No, that's not right. These are ordinary snakes. This is God's punishment. There's something wrong with this wooden horse." Laocoon was very sad for his two sons, but at this moment, the priest immediately understood everything. He quickly turned and ran toward Troy. "I must report this to the king. Only the king is partially immune to God's influence." But before he could run far, there was a sudden gust of wind behind him. With a whoosh, something pounced at him at an extremely fast speed. Laocoon immediately knew that it was impossible for him to escape. In the face of the sea snake's attack, Laocoon pounced and dodged it. He pulled out his sword and slashed, but before he could slash, another sea snake rushed over. In the face of this attack, Laocoon could no longer dodge. The sea snake wrapped around him and bit his neck. Laocoon's face instantly turned black, and he stopped breathing after a while. The two sea snakes stopped Laocoon and killed him and his two sons in less than a minute or two. After killing Laocoon and his two sons, they did not escape. Instead, they quickly swam toward the temple of Athena in Troy and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only 3 blackened and purplish corpses were left in place, as if mocking the fate of mortals who overestimated themselves and tried to disturb the gods. Although the Trojan soldiers noticed the situation, they were a little far away and could not rescue them in time. This was a very special thing, enough to make any normal person's hair stand on end and instinctively become vigilant. But the Trojans just laughed. These two sea snakes are messengers of God. They are here to punish Laocoon for his disrespect. Let's quickly transport the wooden horse back. The Trojans did not think about Laocoon's warning and treated this horrible incident as the priest's punishment for suspecting the wooden horse. They acted as if they did not see it and did not pay attention to the priest and his two sons' corpses. They slowly pushed the chariot with the huge wooden horse. Under the pull of many horses and manpower, the wooden horse slowly moved toward Troy. Even on the way, every time the wooden horse jolted, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from the horse's belly, but the Trojans did not hear it. Bang! When the wooden horse was still some distance away from Troy, the chariot finally could not bear the weight and collapsed. The 8 horses were also sweating from exhaustion, and the Trojan soldiers pushing the chariot forward were also panting heavily. It was obvious that the wooden horse was extremely heavy. But still, no one doubted its weight. The Trojans were only vexed. Such a large wooden horse was the biggest loss in the chariot. There was no chariot that could carry the huge wooden horse. Just when everyone was at a loss of what to do, someone thought of a solution. Use a strong rope to pull the wooden horse forward from afar, and install axles on the legs of the wooden horse. Hearing this solution, some Trojan soldiers hurriedly returned to the city. With the help of the craftsmen, they opened a large hole in the city wall. Some soldiers, with the help of the craftsmen, installed axles on the legs of the wooden horse. Someone even twisted a thick rope and wrapped it around the neck of the wooden horse. The people in the city pulled the rope with all their might, and the soldiers outside the city pushed the wooden horse with all their might. Everyone worked together, and the huge and heavy wooden horse finally slowly moved toward Troy again. After a long time, with everyone's efforts, the wooden horse was dragged into the city. The Troy city gate had a high threshold, and the heavy wooden horse was blocked 4 times when it passed, but on the 5th time it still passed. The Trojans cheered as they dragged the huge wooden horse into the city. When the people in the city saw the huge wooden horse, they also let out waves of cheers and shout. The people had never seen such a huge wooden horse before, and they all started a heated discussion. "Look, this wooden horse was captured by our Trojan warriors from the Greeks. Such a huge wooden horse, the Greeks must have spent a lot of effort to make it. When the time comes, we can place it on our castle, and let everyone see the spoils of war of our victory over the Greeks. Warriors of Troy, welcome back in triumph. King Priam personally came out to welcome them. I heard the news of the Greeks' retreat. When they left, they burned down their camp, but they didn't have time to destroy this huge wooden horse. Thank God you were able to drag this wooden horse back to the city. This wooden horse is the proof of our victory in this war. I will place it on the highest point of the castle, and let everyone see the spoils of war of our victory over the Greeks. We have won. I will open the treasury, and give everyone wine and food. Let us rejoice." King Priam's words caused another round of cheers and jumping. Everyone celebrated the victory of this war, and it became a sea of joy. Groups of people brought out their collections of wine, cheese, and dried meat. In the streets, squares, and the palace they held one feast after another. Even the soldiers were intoxicated with the wine of victory. Mount Olympus, the wooden horse, was moved back to the city of Troy. The gods who supported the Greeks silently stopped, and their expressions were not good. Deceiving the feelings and wills of so many people took up a lot of energy. Especially when they entered the city gates, the fate of Troy made its last resistance. Even with the power of the gods, it failed 4 times. But for the sake of the Greeks' victory, the gods had to make a 5th attempt, and finally succeeded. This time, the plan of the wooden horse could be said to be full of loopholes. Without the gods working together, it was impossible for the Trojans to fall into the trap. The most obvious was that the Greeks had even set the barracks on fire. It was impossible for the giant wooden horse to be captured by the Trojans. But with the gods working together, the effect was obvious. Other than Laocoon, no one in Troy questioned this. Success. The gods guarding the Trojans were filled with anger, but Zeus threw out a thunderbolt to suppress them. The gods on the Greek side were cheering loudly, and drinking wine in big mouthfuls. Hera, on the other hand, still bore a grudge against Paesion. Just now, she was busy with something important and had no time to be distracted. Now that it was done, she did not even have the time to feel the joy of success. She waved her cloud, and Paesion's current situation appeared on it. Paris treated Oenone well, so he received her help and gradually recovered. "This is not what I wanted." Hera was very angry. According to her original plan, Paesion, who was hit by Hercules' poisonous arrow, would be killed by the poison like Kronos, but now he was showing signs of recovery. Hera had been offended by Paesion because of the golden apple. Seeing that Paesion had escaped the judgment of fate, her heart was filled with anger. She wanted to kill Paris and let all mortals know the consequences of offending her. She said to Athena, "Does Paris want to escape the fate of death? No, he should be destroyed together with the Trojans. We can't let him escape just like that." Athena replied, "Paris once asked me for an oracle in Athens, so he had a chance to live. But since it is your will, I will let him die." Hera listened to Athena's words and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 649. City of Troy. That night, the Trojans had a big feast and celebration. In the banquet hall of the palace, there were many more tables than usual. The tables were filled with all kinds of staple foods, fruits, desserts, beans, and vegetables. The delicacies included fragrant roast meat, colorful lettuce salad, and steaming hot soup. All kinds of fruits, beans, and vegetables were piled on the table. There was even a cake made of honey and nut. Such a big feast, of course, did not lack good wine. The tables were filled with wine, and there were at least 3 full wine pots on each table. The noblemen reclined on the couches and enjoyed the feast. The servants served the food to their masters. In the middle of the banquet hall, a minstrel played his flute and harp, singing joyful songs. A group of beautiful dancers danced gracefully on the stage, displaying their dancing skills to their heart's content. After the dance, there was even a splendid acrobatic performance. The cups were refilled again and again, and the good news of the retreat of the Greeks, the victory of Troy, and the capture of the great wooden horse of the Greeks, was talked of, and the banquet was very lively and joyous. Serene, a spy of the Greeks, was also a victim of the Trojans' big banquet in the palace. Serene watched the Trojans celebrate their victory and held such a big feast. He sneered and thought, when the great Greeks conquer Troy, you will have no choice but to cry. A Trojan patriarch held a glass of wine and drank. He looked at Serene and said, "Let's have a feast. We won." Serene nodded but did not answer. "In another 10 years, our power will overwhelm the whole of Greece." The patriarch burped and smelled of alcohol. He happily said, "We will take revenge." Hearing the patriarch's words, Serene's heart was full of hatred. "Troy is the public enemy of all of Greece. We must destroy them. When the Greek army conquers Troy, you will know who will take revenge." Serene could not object to the patriarch's words. He nodded and said, to avoid talking about this topic, he pretended to be drunk. The Trojan patriarch saw that Serene was drunk. He laughed and left. "We finally won. We have finally won." The noisy party didn't end until late at night. Serene went back to his room to rest before the party ended. Late in the night, Serene suddenly sat up in bed. He put on his clothes quietly, opened the door, and looked around furtively. The soldiers on watch were all asleep. Perhaps the Greeks had retreated, and the victory of Troy had put them off their guard. Serene left the room and carefully walked to the palace gate. The soldiers were tired after the party, so Serene easily sneaked out of the palace gate. Soon, he was at the city gate. "God is watching over me." Serene sneaked to the top of the city wall. Seeing that the soldiers had left their posts, he thought to himself. He lit the torch in his hand, raised it high, and waved it. He sent a signal to the distance. In just a moment there was a response from the torches in the distance. They lit up one by one and quickly spread into the distance. Every 10 miles there would be a torch lit up. Even the sea was no exception. The people on the boats immediately lit the torches and sent messages. In just a moment the signal reached the Greek army, which was dozens of miles away. What Serene was doing would have been discovered under normal circumstances, but at this time, perhaps because the Trojans had let their guard down, no one noticed Serene's strange behavior until the torch was put out. Serene put out the torch and carefully approached the wooden horse. There was no one there to guard it. He followed the signal and knocked on the horse's belly. The rhythmic doke 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 sounded in the Greek heroes' ears. The Greek heroes were all asleep. Suddenly, they heard the promised knocking on the horse's belly. They all opened their eyes and woke up. "Don't rush. Try to be quiet." Odysseus reminded the Greek heroes inside the horse not to rush, so they had no idea what was going on outside. He carefully opened the door without letting it make a sound. The horse's belly door was gently pushed open. Odysseus slowly poked his head out. He looked around and saw that the Trojans were all asleep. He also saw Serene standing quietly on the side. He signaled Serene with his eyes, and Serene nodded to let him know that everything was going well. "God is watching over us." With Serene's confirmation, Odysseus felt a little better. Then he quietly lowered the ladder which Epeus had prepared for him, and climbed down it. A few Greek heroes followed behind him. They all came down one by one. Even though they looked calm, their hearts were racing. This mission was too dangerous. If they were discovered by the Trojans, none of them would be able to escape. They would all be killed by the angry Trojans. "Serene, you've done a great job this time. Is everything going well? Odysseus asked. The great King Odysseus, the Trojans are completely immersed in the joy of victory. They seem to have forgotten how they won. They are not at all wary of us, Serene said. When I sent out the signal, there was a response from afar. Based on the distance, it was only 2 hours. It took me half an hour to sneak here from the gate. The Greeks should be close by now. Hearing this, Odysseus was overjoyed. If that was the case, the Trojans would not be difficult to deal with. He whispered, "Let's get close to the gate first. When our people arrive, we will attack together." Not long ago, the Greeks hiding near Tenedos Island saw the signal from Serene. They were all excited. No matter what they were doing, they all boarded the ships as fast as they could. All the ships quickly set sail. The ships slowly sailed out of the dock of Tenedos Island. Hundreds of ships opened their sails at the same time. It was a grand scene of thousands of ships sailing. The warships of the Greeks all sailed into the sea, stretching for a dozen miles. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and the speed of all the warships increased by a lot. They were like arrows released from a bow, speeding towards Troy at an extremely fast speed. The Greeks on the ships felt the sudden wind and were overjoyed. They knew that God was helping them win. Agamemnon and Nestor shouted, "Greek warriors, this is the help that God has given us. We will definitely win this war against Troy." Victory! Victory! All the Greeks shouted. The loud slogan made the Greek soldiers' blood boil. It was as if victory was right in front of them. The warships of the entire fleet slashed through the waves on the sea. The rolling waves slapped against the sides of the ships from time to time, propelling the warships forward rapidly. Pushed by the strong winds, the warships of the Greeks only took half the usual time to reach the coast of Troy. The warships approached the port of Troy. The hot-blooded Greek warriors didn't wait for the warships behind them to dock. They got off the warships and quickly rushed to the shore. They held weapons in their hands and looked like a group of beasts that chose their prey. It was not far from the port to Troy. It did not take the Greeks long to see Troy in the distance. Agamemnon took a deep breath. "Nestor, is the goddess of victory on our side?" "Yes, great general. I can feel that the defense of Troy is very lax. The soldiers are all asleep, and the hero is hiding at the gate." "Then light the fire," Agamemnon ordered. "Light the fire." Hundreds of torches were lit. The moment they were lit, Odysseus felt it. "The Greeks are here. Serene, it's time to take care of the gate. Charge with us. This time, we will take down Troy in one fell swoop." "For the great Greece, let's charge together," Serene said. "Kill!" The Greeks rushed out. They swung their spears and pulled out their swords, hacking at the few people still standing guard. Muffled screams rang out, but this was no longer a warning. With a series of pew-pew sounds, these people were killed on the ground in a short while. Then, they tried to open the gate. However, the gate was heavy and large. Even with the help of spies, they could not open it immediately. It would take a long time. In fact, it took half an hour to open a gate in ancient times. Kill as much as you can. Create chaos so that the Greeks can charge in without much effort. Odysseus saw that there was still some distance before the gate opened. Seeing that there was no one on the street, he rushed into the house next door. Inside the house, a drunk man was still awake. When he saw Odysseus and the others rush in, he yelled, "What are you doing? You have broken the law of the kingdom by trespassing on private property." Diomedes could not be bothered to talk to the drunkard. He stabbed the man with his sword and killed him. One of the women was not drinking. When she saw Diomedes kill her husband, she screamed in horror. Blood splattered all over her face. She quickly picked up the child next to her and tried to escape. Odysseus looked at the woman and child who were trying to escape. A flash of hesitation flashed across his eyes, but this hesitation disappeared in a flash. He had to create chaos now so that the Trojans could not recover quickly. What better way to create chaos than to kill and burn? Odysseus raised the spear in his hand and stabbed at the woman and the child in her arms. Squelch, squelch. After 2 stabs, the woman and child screamed. Blood quickly flowed out of their bodies, staining the ground red. Kill them all, burn them all. After killing these people, the Greek hero rushed into the houses next door and killed the ordinary Trojans. Odysseus rushed into a house with his spear. The family was still asleep, but Odysseus did not hesitate. He stabbed the spear in his hand. Squelch, squelch, squelch. After many stabs, Odysseus killed all the ordinary Trojans in their sleep. Blood flowed on the ground. Then, he lit a torch and threw it into the house. Not long later, the roof caught fire and the whole house was engulfed in flames. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.